For years, Warhammer fans have asked the same question. When will the Emperor return? It's one of those topics that never really goes away. Every major lore reveal sparks another round of speculation. Every mysterious vision, miracle, psychic event, every cryptic trailer. Sooner or later, somebody asks it again. Has the Emperor actually returned? And lately, that question feels more relevant than ever, particularly with recent lore placing the Emperor at the center of events in a way we haven't really seen since the Horus Heresy, really. The interesting thing, however, is that I think many people may be asking the wrong question. Because before we ask whether the Emperor has returned, we should probably ask something else. Did he ever actually leave? Now, admittedly, that sounds slightly ridiculous. The Emperor is a skeletal corpse sitting on a giant life support machine beneath the Imperial Palace. That much has been certainly true for decades. His physical body remains interred upon the Golden Throne exactly where it has been for 10,000 years. His shattered form survives only through the throne's machinery, vast psychic power, and the continual sacrifice of psykers. In purely physical terms, the Emperor has not returned. He has not stood up from the Golden Throne. He's not marched out of the Imperial Palace and announced his presence to the galaxy, at least not yet. But physically returning and being absent are not the same thing. And that's where this discussion becomes more fascinating. Because if you examine the lore carefully, the Emperor's fingerprints are absolutely everywhere. In fact, one of the strangest developments in modern Warhammer is that the Emperor appears more active now than he has been in thousands of years. Not less, but more. The traditional imagery of the Emperor is easy to understand, of course. A dying god, silent ruler, a corpse sustained by ancient machinery. A tragic figure trapped upon the Golden Throne. There is truth in that image, of course, quite a lot of truth in fact. The Emperor's body is ravaged beyond repair. He remains bound to the Golden Throne, directing the Astronomicon and sustaining countless psychic protections necessary for the Imperium's survival. And yet at the same time, the lore repeatedly emphasizes something else. His will still exists. His mind and his influence still exist. The Emperor's spirit stretches across the Imperium, guiding the Astronomicon, influencing events through his visions, dreams, and the Emperor's tarot, while continuing his eternal struggle against chaos. It is an important distinction, because there is a tendency to imagine the Emperor as just inactive, as dormant, if you will, as effectively gone. The actual lore paints a much stranger picture indeed. The Emperor may be physically trapped, but spiritually and psychically he's never stopped acting, never stopped influencing events, and never stopped shaping the galaxy. Consider the Astronomicon. The Astronomicon is not merely a psychic lighthouse. It's not merely a navigational beacon. It's arguably the single most important institution in the whole Imperium. Without it, warp travel collapses, communications collapse, the Imperium itself begins to fracture beyond recovery. And the Emperor remains the being who calibrates and directs that beacon. Think about that for a moment. 10,000 years. 10,000 years of unending concentration. 10,000 years of maintaining the psychic signal visible across much of the galaxy. Most beings would struggle to remain sane for 10 minutes. We saw what happened to Malkador on the throne, for example. The Emperor has been doing it for 100 centuries. That alone suggests he is far from absent. And then there are the miracles, of course. This is where things are particularly curious for me, because the modern setting increasingly presents events that are just difficult to explain through any conventional means. Living saints, divine visions, manifestations of faith, really. Moments where reality itself appears to bend around belief. The Imperial Creed teaches that the Emperor protects. For most of Warhammer's history, exactly what that meant remained deliberately ambiguous, like many things in Warhammer. Today it feels rather less ambiguous than it once did for me. The Emperor may not walk among humanity physically, but evidence increasingly suggests he is capable of acting through intermediaries, visions, psychic interventions, if you will. The growth of Emperor-focused miracles and manifestations accompanies his evolution into a godlike figure within imperial belief. And that brings us to Guilliman. Because if there's one event that changed how many people view the Emperor, it was Guilliman's audience upon Terra. For thousands of years, nobody really knew what remained on the Golden Throne. And then Guilliman returned, and what he encountered deeply unsettled him. What stood before him was not simply the father he remembered, nor was it merely a corpse. The encounter suggested something far larger, really. A being fragmented across countless purposes and responsibilities ultimately. A consciousness operating on a scale almost impossible to comprehend. I've always thought this moment is one of the most important developments in modern Warhammer, really, because it fundamentally changes the conversation again. Prior to Guilliman's return, you could reasonably argue that the Emperor was essentially dormant, if you will. Afterwards, though, it becomes much harder to say this. The Emperor may be imprisoned, he may be transformed, he may be incomprehensible. But dormant, I wouldn't say that's the case anymore. And then there is another detail that often gets overlooked. The Emperor himself never intended this situation to be permanent at all. One of the most revealing moments surrounding the Golden Throne comes from the period immediately after the heresy. The throne was supposed to be a temporary necessity. The sacrifices, the burdens, the endless psychic strain. None of this was intended to last forever. Even the use of vast numbers of psykers to sustain the Astronomicon began as an emergency solution rather than the desired future of humanity. They put a few thousand souls in, and then another, and then eventually it just became commonplace. But 10,000 years later, this emergency has become normal. Somewhere within the transformation, the Emperor appears to have changed as well. This is where the latest speculation becomes so interesting. Because when people talk about the Emperor returning, they often imagine the same man who fought Horus, the same ruler who led the Great Crusade, the same Emperor who strode across battlefields in his golden armor. I increasingly suspect that version of the Emperor no longer exists, or at least not entirely. 10,000 years of worship has consequences. 10,000 years of faith, 10,000 years of billions and billions and billions of people believing you are a god has consequences in the warp. The Imperium today is united not merely by law, but by worship of the god Emperor. Over millennia, the Emperor has become the central religious figure of the largest faith in human history. And in Warhammer, as we know, belief matters. It has power, it shapes the warp, and it changes things fundamentally. It's one of the central truths of the setting, really. Which leads to the possibility that you have to consider. Perhaps the Emperor has already returned, just not in the way that anyone is expecting. Not as a man, but as something else. Something larger. Something closer to what Lorgar always believed he would become. Now, before anyone starts celebrating, let's be very clear. This does not mean Lorgar was morally correct. The Horus Heresy remains one of the greatest catastrophes in human history. But there is undeniable irony here, of course. The Emperor spent much of his life opposing worship. Today he is worshipped by untold trillions. The Emperor rejected divinity. Today he is arguably the most influential divine figure in the galaxy. The Emperor attempted to create a rational civilization. Today that civilization is built upon faith. Warhammer has always loved its ironies, and this may be the greatest example. Then we come to the latest trailers and recent lore developments. The reason these generate so much excitement is not because they show the Emperor standing up, because they don't. The excitement comes from the implications, from the suggestions, from the growing sense that the Emperor's influence is increasing rather than diminishing. That events are moving towards something. That the being on the Golden Throne is becoming harder and harder to simply ignore. And honestly, I think that's intentional. Games Workshop understands that the Emperor is perhaps the single biggest mystery in the setting. Actually bringing him back would change everything probably too fundamentally. It would reshape the entire galaxy overnight. So instead they're doing something much cleverer. They're moving him closer, narratively into the setting again. The Emperor is becoming more active, I think that much is clear. He's more visible and more relevant, without fully crossing the line. And perhaps that's because the line has already been crossed. The Emperor of the Great Crusade is gone. The Emperor who exists now is something different. A psychic beacon, guardian, perhaps a god, but also a prisoner, maybe a weapon, but definitely a protector. Perhaps all of these things simultaneously. Has the Emperor returned then? If by return we mean standing from the Golden Throne and leading armies once more, then I would say no. That has not happened, not yet. If by return we mean reasserting his influence upon the galaxy, then I would argue something much more interesting. The Emperor never left. His will still guides ships through the warp. His presence still shapes the Imperium. His power still opposes chaos. His visions still reach the faithful. His influence still alters the course of history, as we saw with Guilliman and Mortarion in the Plague Wars. The real question may not be whether the Emperor has returned. The real question is whether humanity has finally begun to notice how active he has been all along. 10,000 years ago, the Emperor was a man trying to save humanity. Today, he may be something far different, and perhaps far more powerful. Not returned, but transformed, which in the grim darkness of the far future may prove to be much more significant. If the Blackstone pylons can hurt the warp, why didn't the Emperor use them? I think this is actually one of the best questions in modern 40k lore, really, because on the surface it looks like a plot hole to me. The Emperor's entire grand strategy was built around defeating chaos. Belisarius Cawl is now investigating Blackstone technology because it can suppress warp activity and potentially help close the Great Rift. The Necrons have entire pylon networks capable of creating vast anti-warp regions, and the Pariah Nexus itself is essentially a gigantic experiment in shutting the warp out of reality. So the obvious question is, why didn't the Emperor simply do this 10,000 years ago? If his goal was to defeat chaos and protect humanity from the warp, why spend centuries building the Imperial Webway when anti-warp technology apparently already existed? The answer, I think, is that the Emperor and Cawl are actually trying to solve different problems. And that's where things get interesting, of course. Because I don't think the Emperor ever wanted to destroy the warp in the way that Cawl might want to. I think he wanted humanity to outgrow it. And they sound similar, but they're not really. One thing that often gets lost in discussions about the Emperor is that he understood something most Imperial characters don't. The warp isn't just where demons live. The warp is tied directly to the souls of living beings. Humanity has a warp presence, the Eldar, every Psyker has a warp presence. The Immaterium isn't some separate dimension that can simply be switched off like a light bulb. It's connected to life itself in many ways. That's one reason the Emperor's original Webway project is so revealing. His great work wasn't a giant anti-warp weapon, it was an alternative to warp dependence. The purpose of the Webway was to replace humanity's reliance on warp travel and eventually sever mankind's dependence on the Immaterium without destroying humanity in the process. It's a very different objective, you might say. The Emperor wasn't saying, let's kill the warp. He was saying, let's stop relying on it so much. And I think this is probably a huge difference. Think about it this way. If your house has a dangerous electrical system, you can solve the problem in two ways. You can destroy the entire power grid, or you can try to build a safer option. And the Emperor chose number two. Call is increasingly experimenting with something closer to option 1, you feel. Not literally destroying the warp perhaps, but certainly suppressing and containing it, reducing its influence. As we know, with the fall of the Cadian Gate, the Blackstone pylons are incredibly effective at reducing Chaos's power. There is another issue here though, which is knowledge. People sometimes assume that the Emperor knew everything, but he didn't. He knew an absurd amount, far more than anyone else, but he wasn't omniscient. Remember that Blackstone pylons are Necron technology, not human, Old One technology, but Necron technology. And it's not just ordinary Necron technology either. We're talking about some of the most advanced anti-warp systems ever created. The pylons on Cadia were part of a vast network dating back millions of years and were specifically designed to manipulate the relationship between real space and the warp. The Emperor certainly knew the Necrons existed, or at least he knew of the ancient war in heaven. But whether he fully understood the scale and function of the pylon networks is another question entirely. Remember, modern humanity only really started understanding the significance of the Cadian pylons very late in Imperial history. Even Call had to learn about them through investigation, ancient artifacts, and cooperation with Trazyn ultimately. So, one possibility is simply this. The Emperor didn't know, not because he was ignorant, because the technology was ancient, even by his standards. Obviously, there's also the case of the Necrons were far more dormant than they now are. But even then, I don't think this is the whole answer. A more interesting explanation is that Blackstone might actually be incompatible with the Emperor's ultimate vision. Let's imagine the Emperor discovers a giant anti-warp machine during the Great Crusade. What happens if he turns it on? Chaos weakens, and obviously that is good. Demons struggle to manifest, also good. Warp storms calm down. Excellent. And then something else happens. Human psychers weaken, the Astronomicon, astropathic communications, humanity's growing psychic potential weakens as well. Suddenly the situation becomes more complex, because humanity wasn't meant to remain what it was. The Emperor believed humanity was evolving into a psychic species. That's one of the key ideas behind so much of the Great Crusade. He wasn't trying to stop the evolution, he was trying to manage it and guide it, ultimately, to protect it. A giant anti-warp field potentially interferes with this process massively, and that's exactly what we're seeing in the modern lore. The Pariah Nexus isn't a paradise by any means, it's horrifying. The Necron pylon networks do not merely suppress chaos, they suppress the soul itself. The anti-warp fields generated by Blackstone can create regions where people feel detached, emotionally diminished, and spiritually weakened. The Necrons ultimately view the elimination of warp influence as worth the cost, even if it effectively means the death of spiritual existence entirely. Now ask yourself something. Would the Emperor accept this price? Honestly, I don't think so. The Silent King's solution to chaos is basically no souls, no warp, problem solved. The Emperor's solution was humanity survives, evolves, and masters its destiny ultimately. They're really fundamentally different goals. And there is another angle that rarely gets discussed. The Emperor may actually have considered anti-warp suppression a temporary fix rather than a permanent answer. Let's say you build a pylon network around Terra. Great. Chaos gets pushed back, the warp is weakened. But then what? You still have a whole galaxy full of psychers. You have billions of human souls feeding into the Immaterium. You still have emotions, fear, hatred, ambition, desire, everything that creates the Chaos Gods. You're treating symptoms, but not the cause. The Emperor always seemed obsessed with the root cause of what should be. The Webway wasn't simply safer travel, it was the beginning of a completely different future. A future where humanity gradually became less dependent on the warp itself. It's a much bigger ambition, much harder, but much bigger. Then we arrive at what I think is the strongest argument of all. The Emperor probably wouldn't trust it. And honestly, can you blame him? The Webway was his project: human technology, human control, and human oversight. Blackstone pylons are alien superweapons built by a civilization so advanced that even Call barely understands them. Modern Mechanicus research into Blackstone is still described as primitive compared to what the Necrons can achieve. This all matters massively. The Emperor was many things. Arrogant might be near the top of the list. The idea that he would entrust humanity's future to a mysterious Xenos machine built 60 million years ago feels very unlikely to me. This is the same man who looked at every human civilization on Earth and decided he knew better than all of them. Do we really think he put his grand plan in the hands of Necron technology? I personally don't think so. He'd want something he could control and understand, something that he built. That's entirely his character, really. Ironically, Call is able to pursue this route partly because the Emperor failed, and it is a strange coincidence, really. If the Webway project had succeeded, Call probably wouldn't need Blackstone at all. The Imperium would already possess the alternative system the Emperor wanted. Humanity would be moving away from warp dependence naturally. The current Blackstone obsession only exists because the original plan collapsed. Magnus breached the Webway, the heresy happened, the Emperor ends up on the throne, and the Great Rift splits the galaxy in half. Now the situation is desperate, and desperate situations make people consider solutions that would have been rejected before. And there is also a darker possibility, one thing that I think gets overlooked. What if the Emperor understood something that Call doesn't? What if completely suppressing the warp is actually dangerous? The Necrons certainly think it's worth doing. The Silent King is actively building a vast pylon network intended to shut the warp out of reality entirely. But the Necrons aren't human. They don't have souls in the same way that humans do. They don't care about psychic evolution. They don't care about humanity's future. They care about their own objective, which is ultimately winning back the galaxy which they consider their birthright. The Emperor's objectives were broader. He wasn't trying to create a galaxy where souls no longer mattered. He was trying to create a galaxy where humanity could survive as a psychic species. Maybe Blackstone suppression is too blunt an instrument. Maybe it solves chaos by damaging something else essential about the human spirit. The Pariah Nexus certainly hints at that possibility. The anti-warp effects are so severe that entire populations can experience profound spiritual and psychological deteriorations. That's not exactly the future the Emperor seemed to envision. And then we get to the really fascinating theory. What if Call is accidentally rediscovering part of the Emperor's original plan? Not replacing it, but rediscovering it. Because when you look closely, the goals are not so different. The Emperor wanted to reduce humanity's dependence on the warp. Call wants to reduce the warp's influence over humanity. Those ideas are cousins, you would say. Not twins, but certainly related. It's entirely possible that if the Emperor returned tomorrow, he'd look at Call's research and say, "Very good, keep going," and then immediately follow it with, "But don't take it too far." Because that's always been the Emperor's approach. Control and guidance and management, but never total destruction of ideas. So when people ask why the Emperor didn't simply use Blackstone pylons to defeat chaos, I think the answer is surprisingly simple. Because defeating chaos wasn't actually his ultimate goal at all. They sound like the same thing, but they're not. Saving humanity was his objective. The Necron solution is to suppress the warp. The Emperor's solution was to help humanity grow beyond needing it so much. One approach is a cage and the other an escape route, an evolution, going beyond the current paradigm that we see now. And while Call's work is incredibly important, especially with Vashtor trying to drill a hole through reality right now, I suspect the Emperor would still see it as a tool rather than the final solution. And after all, the Emperor spent centuries trying to build a future where humanity could thrive without chaos. The Necrons are trying to build a future where chaos doesn't exist. And those are two very different dreams. The unsettling possibility is that both men might be right. And if that's true, then one day Call may discover exactly why the Emperor never committed fully to the path of the pylons, because suppressing the warp might be much easier than living with the consequences. One of the strangest things about modern 40k is that some of the oldest lore in the entire setting is starting to feel relevant again. Not because Games Workshop has come out and confirmed it, because they haven't. Not because somebody has outright said the Star Child is real. Nobody has said that either. But because the setting has slowly drifted in a direction where the old theory suddenly doesn't sound quite so ridiculous anymore. And honestly, that's what makes it fascinating. Because 20 years ago, the Star Child was often treated as one of those weird pieces of ancient Warhammer lore. Interesting and fun to talk about, but probably not coming back at any point. And then modern 40k has happened. The Emperor started performing miracles more openly, saints began appearing everywhere, the Great Rift split the galaxy in half, Guilliman met something sitting upon the Golden Throne that barely resembled the father that he remembered. The Emperor became more active than he had been in millennia, and suddenly a very old question started creeping back into discussions. What if the Emperor's soul isn't actually where we think it is? What if the thing sitting on the Golden Throne isn't the whole Emperor anymore at all? What if it hasn't been for a very long time? Because that's essentially what the Star Child theory has always proposed. And the more you look at the modern lore, the harder it becomes to dismiss entirely. To understand the theory, we need to go all the way back to some very old Warhammer lore. Back to a period where the setting was a little stranger, a little less organised, a little more willing to throw absolutely insane ideas at the wall, let's say. The original Star Child concept proposed that after the Emperor was mortally wounded by Horus, his soul and body were no longer truly united. As his spirit drifted through the warp, much of it dissolved into the currents of the Immaterium, but a small core remained intact. This surviving fragment became known as the Star Child, a potential new incarnation of the Emperor waiting to be reborn. It's a bizarre idea, but it's also very 40k. The Emperor himself was originally described as a being created through the combined souls of ancient shamans. So if collective souls could create the Emperor in the first place, perhaps the Emperor could eventually be reborn in a similar way. That's the core of the theory. Not that the Emperor is dead, not exactly, but that part of him already exists somewhere else, growing and waiting, developing in the warp like a seed. Now, for years, most people treated this as abandoned lore. And to be fair, it largely was. The old Sensei stories faded away, the Illuminati vanished from the spotlight, and the setting moved on. But here's the thing. Games Workshop never completely killed this idea. Even modern lore sources still acknowledge the Star Child as an in-universe theory regarding the Emperor's soul and possible rebirth. The concept continues to exist within Imperial speculation, even if nobody can say with certainty whether or not it is actually true. And that's where things become very interesting, because modern 40k has accidentally made the theory stronger than it used to be. So let's start with the obvious problem. The Emperor on the Golden Throne doesn't really behave like a normal person anymore. Actually, he barely behaves like a person at all. When Guilliman finally encounters the Emperor after his resurrection, the experience is disturbing. The father he remembered is gone, or at least changed beyond recognition. What remains feels fragmented, immense, almost ancient in its nature, impossible to communicate with, nearly. Countless voices speaking at once, a mind stretched across an entire galaxy, you might say. That is important because it raises the question, if the Emperor's consciousness has become fragmented over 10,000 years, where exactly are all those fragments? Where is the Emperor? And for the first time in a long time, the Star Child theory offers a possible answer. Maybe he is everywhere. Maybe the Golden Throne only contains a part of him. Maybe the throne is simply the anchor. the last connection between body and soul, and perhaps the majority of the Emperor's essence has already spread throughout the warp. Think about what the Emperor is actually doing. He's guiding the Astronomicon, holding shut the Webway breach, empowering living saints, miracles, protecting souls and burning demons, intervening across vast distances, sometimes all at once. It's an absurd amount of activity, really. Far more than the Emperor ever displayed while physically alive. In many ways, the Emperor today behaves less like a man and more like a god, as we know. I know some people don't like this comparison, but it's difficult to avoid. If a giant psychic being exists in the warp, gains power through belief and performs miracles through worshippers, and influences reality across a galactic scale, there are only so many ways you can describe it. The Emperor increasingly resembles a god, whether he wants to or not, whether people like it or not. And it creates the fascinating possibility. What if the Emperor has already become two things at once? A dying body on Terra and something else in the warp. Something larger, maybe something growing. This is where modern lore becomes genuinely interesting, because recent material has included strange visions associated with a child, a golden child and a divine child. Astropaths and visionaries have reported images that many fans immediately connected to an old Star Child lore. Even official references discussing possible rebirth theories note reports of a golden infant and a radiant being rising from a throne of light during the era of the Psychic Awakening. Now, does this prove that the Star Child exists? Obviously not remotely. But Warhammer is full of symbolism and metaphor, prophecies if you will. People see weird things in the warp all the time. Sometimes they're meaningful and sometimes they are nonsense. Sometimes they're demons trying to trick people. But it's hard not to notice the connection, especially when those visions involve a child, because the Star Child has always been exactly that, a child waiting to be born. Personally, I think the most interesting version of the theory isn't the old one, it's actually the modernized version. Because I don't think the Emperor's soul is sitting in the warp waiting to reincarnate exactly as he once was. It feels too simple. The Emperor who sat upon the Golden Throne 10,000 years ago is not the same being who exists today. How could he be? 10,000 years of worship changes things. 10,000 years of belief. 10,000 years of billions and billions of humans praying to you every day. If the Chaos Gods are shaped by emotion, then surely the Emperor is shaped by belief. How could he not be? This is where things do become quite strange though. Because maybe the Star Child isn't the Emperor reborn, maybe it is something new. Something born from the Emperor. There's a difference, a huge one really. One would be a resurrection, the other is maybe an evolution. And Warhammer has always preferred evolution. Often horrifying evolution, to be honest. There's another piece of old Star Child lore that has become unexpectedly relevant. Some versions of the theory suggest that the Star Child represented the most human aspect of the Emperor, his compassion, his mercy, and his humanity. One interpretation even suggests that these qualities were separated from him before his confrontation with Horus. We have seen this said literally in The End and the Death, that he cast off his human flaws to face Horus so that he would not be distracted. It is fascinating to consider, because if you read the recent portrayals of the Emperor, one thing does stand out. He doesn't feel particularly human anymore. Vast and powerful and cold and difficult to understand. He's like an intelligence operating on a scale beyond ordinary mortals. Even Guilliman really struggles with him. So what if the old stories were pointing towards something? What if the Emperor gradually shed parts of himself? Not physically, but spiritually. What if the thing growing in the warp is everything that made him human? It's a genuinely interesting idea, and not without its evidence. Because it means the Star Child wouldn't simply be the Emperor returned, it would be the Emperor's lost humanity returning. So, We arrive at the biggest question of all then. Why hasn't this happened yet? If the Star Child is real, why are we still waiting? The old lore provides a possible answer, that the Emperor is still alive, or at least the body is alive enough. Several versions of the theory suggest that as long as the Emperor remains connected to the Golden Throne, true rebirth will not occur. The body and soul remain linked, however tenuously, preventing the final transformation from taking place. It's a terrifying thought, you might say, because it turns the Golden Throne into something very different. Not a life support machine, more like a prison, or maybe a cocoon. Pick whichever metaphor you prefer, the point is the same. The Emperor cannot become something new while he's still chained to what he used to be. And this is where I think the theory becomes surprisingly relevant to the modern canon. The Imperium increasingly is dependent upon the Emperor, not the corpse but the warp presence. The miracles, divine interventions and psychic power, the thing that seems to be growing stronger. At the same time, the Golden Throne is becoming less stable. Again and again we're reminded that it cannot last forever. The Imperium has repeatedly faced crises after crises surrounding the throne's maintenance and long-term survival. It feels deliberate, almost like a ticking clock. And if that clock ever reaches zero, the consequences could be extraordinary. Maybe the Emperor dies, maybe Terra explodes and chaos wins. Those possibilities certainly exist. But there is another possibility. The one that the Star Child theory has been whispering about for decades. Maybe something new is born. What I find most interesting isn't whether the theory is true. It's that modern lore has made it all plausible again. 20 years ago, the Star Child felt like a relic, a strange idea from an older version of Warhammer. Today it feels oddly fitting, because the Emperor himself has become stranger, more active and godlike, more fragmented and mysterious. The setting has gradually moved closer to the theory without ever fully embracing it, and that feels intentional. Games Workshop likes options, they like mysteries and possibilities. The Star Child is one of the biggest possibilities that they've ever created, really. So could the true soul of the Emperor already be in the warp? Honestly, I think there's a very good argument that part of it already is, maybe most of it. Perhaps the corpse on the Golden Throne is not the whole Emperor anymore by any means. Perhaps it hasn't been for millennia. Perhaps the being burning demons across the galaxy, empowering saints and appearing in visions is already something that has slowly grown beyond the limits of the broken body trapped on Terra. And if that's true, then the biggest twist in Warhammer may not be the Emperor returning, it may be discovering that he already has, just not in the way that anyone expected. Because the most unsettling possibility of all is that the Emperor we've been waiting for to come back for 10,000 years is already here, growing in the warp and watching and waiting, changing, becoming something entirely new. And when the Golden Throne finally does fail, the galaxy won't witness a resurrection, it will witness a birth. The Emperor of Mankind is probably the most intelligent human being who has ever existed. He united Terra, conquered the solar system, built the Imperium, created the Primarchs and nearly conquered the entire galaxy. And yet despite all of that, despite possessing intelligence so far beyond ordinary humans that he might as well have belonged to a different species entirely, he somehow made a mistake that countless ordinary fathers have made throughout history. He overlooked his children. Now, admittedly, most fathers who make this mistake don't accidentally trigger a galactic civil war involving billions of deaths. The scale here is somewhat different, the principle, however, remarkably similar. Because when people discuss the Horus Heresy, there is a tendency to focus on chaos, Erebus, the warp, ruinous powers, dark gods manipulating events from behind the scenes. And of course, all of these things did matter, all of them did contribute, but chaos did not create the cracks. Chaos simply exploited them. and many of those cracks existed before the Emperor fundamentally misunderstood the very people that he created. This is perhaps the greatest irony in all of Warhammer, really. The Emperor could understand entire civilizations. He could understand history, genetics, politics, warfare, psychology, the warp itself. Yet he often struggled to understand the 20 suns standing directly in front of him. Or perhaps, more accurately, he believed that he didn't need to. And that distinction may well have doomed everything. To understand the problem, you first have to understand how the Emperor viewed the Primarchs, because there is evidence throughout the lore that the Emperor never entirely saw them as sons in the way most people would understand the term. He created them as tools, as his generals, as living weapons designed to achieve a specific objective. Several sources describe the Primarch project as a carefully engineered attempt to create perfect commanders for the Great Crusade and humanity's future. It does sound harsh, and in fairness, I think it probably is. The situation becomes even more uncomfortable when you consider accounts where the Emperor explicitly describes the Primarchs as tools and weapons rather than children, explaining that creations naturally refer to their creator as their father. I've always found this detail quite horrifying, really, and fascinating in equal measure, because regardless of whether the Emperor truly believed it, the Primarchs clearly didn't. Horus, Lorgar, Magnus, Perturabo, Angron, all of them wanted a father. What they received instead was often something closer to a commander, a ruler, a distant authority figure at best. The Emperor seems to have assumed that because the Primarchs were engineered, they would behave rationally. The trouble is that the Primarchs were not rational at all. They were just humans in the end. Exaggerated, to be sure, demigods, to be sure, humans capable of bench pressing a tank, but still ultimately human, possessing all the flaws of humanity: pride, jealousy, insecurity, resentment, ambition, love, fear. All the things the Emperor appears to have underestimated. Sources describing the Primarchs frequently note that despite their immense gifts, their human flaws ultimately became one of the greatest threats to the Emperor's dream. And nowhere is that more obvious than with Horus, of course. Because Horus did not simply fall because chaos corrupted him. The explanation is too neat and too convenient. Horus falls because chaos finds vulnerabilities that already exist. The Emperor names him War Master, places the weight of the Imperium right onto his shoulders, and then leaves forever. Not forever, but long enough for the doubt to grow, long enough for resentment to develop, long enough for Horus to begin asking questions. Questions that never received satisfactory answers. What was the Emperor doing on Terra? Why was everything so secretive? Why was humanity suddenly being governed by bureaucrats rather than the warriors who built the Imperium? Why did it increasingly feel like the Primarchs were becoming less important? Growing tensions around the Council of Terra and the future role of the Primarchs became a significant source of dissatisfaction among several legions during the later Great Crusade. The tragedy is that many of these concerns could probably have been addressed through a simple bit of communication. Not solved, but certainly addressed. Instead, secrecy became the default response. Nowhere is this more apparent than with Magnus, of course. Magnus the Red is one of the most frustrating characters in all of fiction, really, because he is simultaneously brilliant and also catastrophically stupid. Yet for all of his flaws, Magnus was genuinely trying to understand the warp. The Emperor knew that the warp was dangerous, and he knew that chaos existed. He knew humanity's psychic future would force confrontation with these realities eventually. Yet he never fully explained the threat to his sons. I've often thought about how absurd this situation really is. Imagine knowing sharks exist, imagine knowing they are dangerous, then dropping 20 children into the ocean, bleeding, and simply telling them not to swim too far. At some point, somebody is going to ask for more information about what's going on, and Magnus was that somebody. The Emperor's answer was usually some variation of, "Trust me, bro." History suggests this was insufficient. And then Lorgar, another great example. Honestly, I think Lorgar may be the single greatest example, in fact, of the Emperor's failure to understand people fundamentally. Because Lorgar practically had his motivations written on his forehead, literally. The man was obsessed with belief, obsessed with purpose, obsessed with finding meaning in existence. You could see it from orbit. And yet the Emperor appears genuinely surprised when Lorgar reacts badly to having his entire worldview publicly destroyed. The destruction of Monarchia and the humiliation of the Word-Bearers became one of the defining moments, turning Lorgar and everyone else towards chaos. Now, was the Emperor wrong to oppose worship? Perhaps not. There are legitimate arguments in his favour, of course, but the manner in which he handled it was disastrous. Because public humiliation rarely creates an understanding, it usually just creates a resentment. The Emperor looked at the situation and saw a lesson. Lorgar experienced it as betrayal. That's the difference that changed the galaxy. Angron, another fantastic example. Honestly, this may be the Emperor's most indefensible decision. Angron was broken before the Emperor ever found him. The Butcher's nails had already transformed him. The damage was immense, the suffering unimaginable. When the Emperor finally arrives, Angron is fighting alongside the only people he has ever truly cared about, his fellow slaves, his family. And the Emperor simply removes him from the battlefield, leaves everyone else behind. The Emperor later recognized the devastating effects of the nails and even investigated them, but Angron never forgave the manner of his rescue. I've always struggled with this decision, not because it lacks logic, it does have logic. Angron was valuable, the crusade important, and time limited. Strategically, the Emperor's choices make sense when you consider his wider objectives. But emotionally, this was just catastrophically bad decision-making. Angron spends the rest of his life interpreting that moment as proof that he never mattered as a person, only as a weapon. And honestly, given the evidence available to him, it's difficult to blame him at all. And then there is Perturabo, of course. Poor Perturabo. The Primarch who could build anything except a healthy relationship. What Perturabo wanted was astonishingly simple. Recognition. Not endless praise, not worship. Just recognition. Acknowledge of the sacrifices, the burdens, and the victories. Instead, Perturabo increasingly feels taken for granted. Again and again, he's given the hardest wars. He's expected to endure. Again and again, somebody else receives the glory. Was this entirely the Emperor's fault? No. Perturabo carried enough insecurities to power a small hive city. But did the Emperor help? Not particularly at all. The pattern repeats constantly. Mortarion feels misunderstood, Kurz abandoned, Fulgrim pressured, Magnus ignored, Horus isolated. The Emperor doesn't lose one son, he loses half of them. At some point, the common denominator becomes difficult to ignore. Now, to be fair, we should acknowledge something important. The Emperor was operating under extraordinary circumstances, of course. The Great Crusade was consuming the galaxy. Chaos was actively plotting against him, and the Webway project represented humanity's best hope for the future. He was managing responsibilities beyond anything a normal person could comprehend, of course. Perhaps expecting him to be an attentive father to 20 genetically engineered demigods was unrealistic. It's a reasonable argument, I guess. The problem is that reality doesn't particularly care about reasonable arguments. The Primarchs still needed guidance, still needed understanding, still needed someone capable of recognizing their flaws before those flaws became a catastrophe. And increasingly, the Emperor wasn't available. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of the entire story is that the Emperor may have realized this far too late. Because despite all the evidence suggesting emotional distance, there are also moments suggesting genuine affection. Moments where the mask does slip. Moments where the creator briefly appears to become the father. Some accounts even note the Emperor referring to the Primarchs as his sons in ways that surprise those closest to him, which makes the whole thing even more sad. Not better, just sadder. Because it suggests the relationship might have worked under different circumstances, that the Emperor wasn't incapable of caring. simply incapable of expressing it in an effective manner. And perhaps that brings us to the central tragedy of the whole Horus Heresy, really. The Emperor's greatest weakness was not arrogance or ignorance, it was his certainty. Certainty that he understood everything, his son's humanity, certainty that his plans were too important to explain, and that everything would ultimately work out. For thousands of years, that certainty had been rewarded, but then it wasn't. The Emperor could defeat alien empires, conquer worlds, master science, challenge the gods themselves. What he could not do was recognize that even demigods sometimes need a father more than a commander. And in the end, the oversight cost him basically everything. The Imperium burned, the Primarchs shattered, the dream died. Humanity has certainly survived, but at what cost? The Master of Mankind spent the next 10,000 years trapped on the Golden Throne, watching the consequences unfold before him, not because he was weak or even foolish, but because even the greatest man who ever lived was still capable of making a very human mistake. He assumed being right was enough, but history suggests otherwise. There may be no question in Warhammer 40k more fascinating than this one. Has the Emperor already returned? And I know at first glance it sounds like a ridiculous proposition. The Emperor is still on the Golden Throne, his body is still a ruined corpse sustained by technology that nobody fully understands, the Astronomicon still burns, the throne still functions. The Imperium still sacrifices thousands of Psykers every day to keep the whole thing running. So in the most literal sense possible, the Emperor has not returned. And yet things are getting strange. Very strange. Perhaps stranger than they ever have been before. Because if you compare the Emperor of modern 40k to the Emperor of older editions, you begin to notice something. He is becoming increasingly active. Not physically, in the traditional sense, but active nonetheless. And that's where things become quite interesting. For most of Warhammer's history, the Emperor was almost entirely absent from the story. He was important, certainly, arguably the most important figure in the entire setting, but he wasn't really a character as such, more like a force of nature, a distant sun around which the Imperium revolved. The Emperor didn't speak, didn't intervene, didn't appear, but people worshipped him, fought for him, and died for him in his name. But there was always uncertainty. How much of Imperial faith was real? How much was superstition? How much was simply 10,000 years of myth-making? That uncertainty was one of the defining features of the setting. And then, of course, Guilliman returned and things suddenly started changing. One of the most significant moments in modern 40k occurs when Guilliman finally speaks with the Emperor after his resurrection. It's a scene that still generates discussion years later, because it shatters many assumptions people had about the Master of Mankind. Guilliman doesn't encounter a kindly father. Guilliman doesn't encounter a kindly father. He doesn't receive reassurance, he doesn't receive comfort. Instead, he encounters something vast, something fractured, something almost incomprehensible to the human mind. At one point, Guilliman reflects upon the experience and comes away deeply unsettled. But he isn't the Emperor as anyone remembers him. He's still there by any means, but Guilliman reflects that, "My father is no father. My father is a weapon." That line has always stuck with me because it says so much in so few words. Imagine waiting 10,000 years to reunite with your creator. Imagine crossing a galaxy on fire, and then imagine finally standing before the being who shaped civilization itself. And that's the conclusion that you reach. Not your father, but some kind of weapon. There is something profoundly sad about all of it, really. But it also hints at something else. The Emperor is not dormant. The Emperor is changing. Whether that change is good or bad remains an open question. The evidence for increased activity has only continued to grow. Take Guilliman's miraculous resurrection itself. Technically speaking, it required Yvraine and the powers of the Eldari to succeed. Yet even within the narrative, there are repeated suggestions that something else has happened. something larger guiding events. The sort of coincidence that stops feeling like a coincidence after the 5th or 6th occurrence. And then there is the matter of the living saints. I've always found the living saints fascinating because they occupy this awkward place in imperial theology, really. For thousands of years, the Imperium insisted the Emperor was a god. Many readers quietly assumed this was simply their own religious propaganda, and then we saw Celestine starting doing things that are very difficult to explain away. Repeatedly, Saint Celestine dies, returns, performs miracles, guides armies, walks through situations that should kill her outright. And she's hardly alone anymore in this. The number of individuals displaying apparently divine intervention seems to be increasing rather than decreasing. You only have to look at Mortarion and Guilliman as well. Perhaps all of this can be explained through the warp, perhaps. But there comes a point where enough strange things accumulate that you have to start asking this question. The Great Rift has only intensified these interactions, really. When Cadia fell and the Cicatrix Maledictum split the galaxy in two, many people expected the Imperium to collapse entirely. But instead it survived barely, bloodied and broken, but still alive. And throughout that survival, stories have begun emerging. Stories of a miraculous rescue. Stories of impossible victory. Stories of golden light appearing at moments of desperation. Stories that sound suspiciously like divine intervention. I've always thought one of the cleverest things Games Workshop has done is refuse to provide any definitive answers. Because uncertainty is where Warhammer thrives for sure. That is why we're here speculating after all. If they outright confirmed the Emperor was actively performing miracles every day, something would be lost, some of that intangible feel. Likewise, if they definitively disproved it, something else would disappear. The ambiguity matters, yet the evidence keeps piling up. And nowhere is this more obvious than during the Plague Wars, as I mentioned. This is where things become genuinely impossible to ignore, really. During Guilliman's confrontation with Mortarion, there are moments where the Emperor's influence appears unmistakably direct. The Garden of Nurgle itself is damaged, the forces of chaos react, and Mortarion experiences something very close to fear. Think about that for just a moment. Mortarion, a demon Primarch, a servant of one of the Chaos Gods, experiencing fear because of the Emperor's presence. This is no minor event, this is a galaxy-shaking moment, really. As the Emperor manifests his power, Nurgle's realm is affected in a way that should theoretically be impossible. And then suddenly people begin asking the question again. What if the Emperor is becoming something new? I've never been entirely convinced by the theory that the Emperor is simply turning into another Chaos God, although we do know he is the anathema and may still very well be that. The popular idea is that he's a Chaos God, and it is interesting in some sense, but I think it's too simplistic, really. Because the Emperor has always existed outside of normal categories in general. He is a Psyker, but he's not merely a Psyker. He isn't merely the master of mankind, he's not merely a perpetual. Even before the heresy, nobody truly understood what he was, really. Why should we expect that to change now? If anything, after 10,000 years of worship, he may have been transformed into something unprecedented. Not a god in a traditional sense, not a man, but something else entirely new. And honestly, this is quite an terrifying and interesting prospect. Because if the Emperor returned tomorrow in some physical form, at least we'd understand what that means more or less. A Primarch returns and we know roughly how that's going to go down, but the Emperor is just entirely different. The Emperor reshapes reality, he alters civilization itself. His return wouldn't be another character joining the story, it would be the story. Everything else revolves around. Everything would become secondary to him. Which is why I think Games Workshop have found their solution in this regard. What if the Emperor is returning but not in the way that people expect? What if his influence is gradually increasing year by year? What if the miracles become more common, the saints become more powerful? What if Guilliman continues witnessing things that even he struggles to explain? What if humanity slowly realizes that the being on the Golden Throne is no longer merely surviving? What if he's actually awakening? Because that feels much more Warhammer to me. Not a dramatic moment where the Emperor stands up and announces his return and then fixes everything, not the grand cinematic reveal, but something stranger and slower, something almost cosmic in its scale. The Imperium waking up one morning and gradually realizing that its god might actually be listening. I've often wondered how terrifying this would all be for the ecclesiarchy, if you think about it. For 10,000 years they've spoken in the Emperor's name, interpreted his will, explained his intentions, issued decrees supposedly reflecting his desires. Now imagine the Emperor becoming capable of communicating clearly. That's not necessarily good news for them by any means. There are probably quite a few people within the Imperium who benefit enormously from the Emperor remaining silent. The return of Guilliman already caused tension. The return of the Emperor would cause a catastrophic earthquake in the current status quo of the Imperium, if you will. And then, of course, there is another possibility which I find equally fascinating. What if the Emperor doesn't return because he never really left? The more we learn about modern 40k, the more difficult it becomes to view the Emperor as inactive. We know the Astronomicon continues to burn, saints are rising, demons continue to fear him like the plague. Guilliman continues to experience his influence. Entire wars continue to turn upon moments that feel suspiciously miraculous. Perhaps we've been asking the wrong question all along. Instead of asking whether the Emperor will return, perhaps we should ask how much of him is already here, because there is a growing sense that the Emperor's hand is once again moving across the galaxy. Not openly or completely by any means, but enough that even his enemies have begun to take notice. And that more than anything else is what makes the current era of Warhammer so fascinating, really. For decades, the Emperor was a corpse, a symbol, a memory of a golden age, a relic from that better time. Today he feels like an active, mysterious, dangerous, even not fully present, but not fully absent king, corpse, god, whatever you would call him. Whether any of this leads to a true return remains impossible to say, really. Perhaps the Emperor will one day rise from the Golden Throne. Perhaps he will emerge as something humanity can scarcely comprehend. Perhaps he never will. But if you ask me whether the Emperor is already influencing events in ways he couldn't a few centuries ago, my answer is simple. Absolutely. The signs are everywhere. The miracles are becoming harder to dismiss. The saints are becoming harder to explain. The enemies of mankind are becoming increasingly nervous. There is an old saying that is often attributed to the Emperor and, of course, Lorgar as well. And it goes, the difference between gods and demons largely depends upon where one is standing at the time. Whether he truly said those words almost doesn't matter. We know that Lorgar was famous for this kind of rhetoric. In many ways, they perfectly capture the mystery surrounding the Emperor today. The Emperor sits upon the Golden Throne, a weapon, savior, god, corpse, mystery, perhaps all of these things at once. And somewhere in the darkness of the 41st millennium, there is a growing feeling that the master of mankind may not be as silent as he once was, not anymore. And if that feeling turns out to be true, then the greatest return in Warhammer history may have already begun. Why does it matter that Games Workshop finally showed the Emperor? Because I genuinely think this is bigger than people are treating it. Not bigger in the sense that the Emperor wakes up next month or some dramatic instant reveal, anything like that. 40k almost never moves that fast. But bigger in the sense that after decades of keeping the Emperor mostly abstract, paintings, statues, vague descriptions, second-hand reactions, we've now crossed a line where the current Emperor, the actual Emperor on the Golden Throne, has finally been placed directly in front of the audience in an official cinematic. And importantly, Games Workshop didn't hide behind any kind of symbolism here. They really showed us something, even if only in flashes. And honestly, I don't think that this choice is an accident at all, because modern 40k increasingly feels like a setting that is finally starting to move again. One thing worth remembering is just how strangely absent the Emperor has been from visual storytelling for most of Warhammer's existence. Obviously, he's everywhere symbolically, every Aquila, the cathedrals, shrine worlds, guardsmen shouting, "The Emperor protects." But the actual Emperor, the one sitting on the throne, has mostly existed through implication only, description in novels, fragments of art, characters reacting to his influence and presence, tiny glimpses filtered through myth. Even books that physically enter the Imperial Palace usually avoid fully showing him directly. In The Master of Mankind, the Emperor becomes more understandable intellectually, but still feels distant and impossible to grasp completely. Then in Dark Imperium, Guilliman's encounter arguably makes things stranger rather than clearer, really. As we know, he encounters a storm of voices. And this line is important because Guilliman doesn't experience one coherent person at all. He experiences a lattice of contradictions, fragments, a psychic pressure, something layered and difficult to interpret even for Guilliman. So for years the Emperor remained narratively untouchable, really, almost sacred in his absence. And now suddenly, there he is, rotting and watching, fused into the throne, barely recognisable. What stood out to me isn't even just that they showed him, it's how they did so. Because they could have gone the safe route, golden light, majestic silhouette, the classic god emperor framing that we're so used to. Instead, they lean into something very uncomfortable. The Warhammer Community Breakdown literally says the trailer intentionally presents multiple possibilities at once. Alive, godlike, corpse-like, and ambiguous altogether. The Emperor appears in conflicting visual states rather than one clean depiction, deliberately refusing to settle the question of what he fully is anymore. And honestly, I think this is an incredible reveal, because it lines up almost perfectly with the direction modern lore has already been taking. The Emperor is no longer written like this stable entity. He's no longer the heroic leader, main character of the setting that he once was, really. He is fragmented, confusing, psychically layered, probably conflicted in himself. Guilliman experiences a contradiction within him. Faith seems to influence him as well. Miracles are happening all the time, and the Emperor even speaks through Guilliman against Mortarion. Visually, the trailer almost mirrors the instability. There's these layers to him, skeletal, partially living at times, sometimes somewhere in between as well. And personally, I don't think this was done simply because it looks cool. I think Games Workshop is quietly acclimatizing people to the idea that the Emperor may no longer be one clean concept anymore as a character. The timing of this, of course, is probably the biggest reason I think people should be paying attention, because if this trailer had came out 10 years ago, I'd probably shrug and say it's just visual flavour. But modern 40k doesn't look like that era anymore. The setting has momentum now, things are starting to change. As Lutin would say, the glacial pace of the setting is finally starting to move on multiple fronts. Guilliman and the Lion are returning, the Great Rift happening, Armageddon central again, Yarick returning, Perturabo returning, we've got more Traitor Primarchs on the fringes returning as well, Operation Imperator increasingly feeling like a convergence rather than a side war. We've got many narrative plotlines moving ahead. Even Games Workshop's own language around the new edition emphasizes widening scale and interconnected conflict across the galaxy rather than these isolated factional stories where, you can flesh out some more characters. So when the Emperor suddenly enters official cinematic storytelling in his current state, for really the first time, I don't think this is a mistake or happening in isolation. From my point of view, it feels like they're positioning him for some kind of involvement. And there's another side to this too. The second you show something visually, audience psychology changes. Because before this, the Emperor existed partly in imagination, really. Everyone had their own version of him, more corpse than man, more god than corpse, more skeletal, perhaps more reminiscent of his former self, maybe a part of all of them. But now Games Workshop has kind of planted the imagery. They've given us a concrete version of really what he is now. Frame by frame discussions exploded almost immediately, as you can imagine, with people noticing different faces, shifting forms, even suggestions of movement or awareness inside the Golden Throne imagery. Several viewers focused particularly on an eye appearing illuminated and directed outward during the close-up sequences, which I also noticed. And this changes the emotional relationship people have with the character as well. The Emperor stops being this concept that people have wondered about, and he becomes actually visually anchored in the setting, present, potentially even active, not just psychically but physically as well. And honestly, I think once you cross this threshold, which we now have, it becomes harder to keep him permanently frozen narratively forever as well, because we can see he is literally physically there now. The thing that I keep coming back to is this, that the imagery doesn't feel final. It feels like it's building into something. An instability in the 40k setting, and this usually means movement, as we have seen. The Golden Throne needs increasing psychic sacrifices, as we know. The Great Rift has become a big problem. The Emperor seems increasingly active psychically, and Guilliman has already described encountering something fragmented or fractured. Imperial faith, as we've also mentioned, continues to increase. Overall, visually the Emperor himself looks less like someone preserved and more like someone being stretched, like an actual being that's been anchored in the setting and has been essentially held together by machinery. Personally, I don't think the trailer reads like, look how stable the Emperor is right now. It feels closer to, look how long this impossible situation has been held together, and now something might change. In 40k systems under pressure like this rarely remain static forever. Things do start to give. Now, to be clear, I don't automatically think this means the Emperor returns in a physical way tomorrow. 40k likes, as we know, a slow escalation. But narratively, I think this matters enormously, because showing the Emperor opens a door. More direct visions, more interactions, more influence through Saints, Guilliman or warp phenomena, possibly more Golden Throne deterioration stories, or more visuals to come. Maybe even a gradual shift where the Emperor becomes increasingly visible inside the narrative before any larger event happens. And honestly, that feels more believable than a sudden resurrection, in my opinion anyway. The Emperor returning in 40k would probably be a process, and we think we've already started to see this in the many manifestations that we've mentioned. It's not going to be this single triumphant moment, in my opinion. It's something that's been building quietly in the background until one day everyone realizes the setting has already changed. What makes this trailer important to me isn't simply that we saw the Emperor, it's that Games Workshop chose to show him now in a setting that is already changing faster than it has in decades. And they didn't show stability, they showed a contradiction really, decay, layers of different versions of him. Something half alive and basically impossible, which honestly feels like a monument really. And more like, which honestly feels less like this kind of monument in the setting and more like the first visible sign that one of 40k's oldest locked doors may finally be starting to open again. What is actually wrong with the Emperor of Mankind? Not in the way that often gets cited in the Imperium or even in the lore, but in the actual sense of what's happening with him right now. Because if you strip away 10,000 years of religious interpretation and propaganda and look at what the setting is actually showing us, the situation is much more complicated and frankly dire than simply the Emperor was mortally wounded and placed on life support. The core issue is this: the Emperor of Mankind is not recovering, despite being widely understood to be a perpetual, and the conditions that normally allow perpetuals to regenerate do not seem to apply to him anymore, which leaves his character in a sort of liminal space, a half-life or a type of stasis, where he is being suspended a moment from death, much like the Imperium. That's immediately suggesting that whatever happened at the end of the Horus Heresy did not just injure him, it altered the underlying mechanisms that would normally allow for him to return. And we need to discuss how this is impacting him and the setting as a whole. If we go back to the duel aboard the Vengeful Spirit, the important thing to understand is that the Emperor was not fighting a conventional opponent. Horus Lupercal at that point had become something closer to a vessel for the Chaos Gods than an individual Primarch, and the attacks he delivered were not purely physical in nature. He was filled by the power of the gods. That line is often quoted, but it has a specific implication. Horus is not just stronger, he is acting as a conduit for multiple layers of reality at once. When he strikes the Emperor, these strikes are described across the Siege of Terra as affecting his body, mind, and something deeper, perhaps his soul. The blow struck not only flesh, but essence. From the Siege of Terra. That distinction matters because perpetual regeneration is not simply a biological process. It appears to rely on some form of continuity of the self, what you might call the Emperor's underlying psychic or metaphysical pattern. If that pattern is damaged or disrupted rather than the body alone, then the usual cycle of death and rebirth may no longer function correctly. So while the physical injuries described, crushed organs, scattered skeletal structure, catastrophic traumas, are severe, they are probably not the main reason he is not regenerated. The more likely explanation is that the template that would allow his regeneration has itself been disrupted. Of course, we have other examples of Perpetuals being pushed to the brink of death with crazy injuries, like for example when Konrad Curze was torturing Vulcan, and he always came back, even with the most horrible of injuries. So obviously, from the examples that we have from Perpetuals, something's going wrong here. The second major factor is the Golden Throne itself, which is often described as a life support device, but is in practice far more complex and far more restrictive. By the time the Emperor is interred upon it, the throne is already functioning as a psychic interface tied to the Webway project, and it requires an immense and continuous input of psychic power to operate. Once the Emperor is connected, that burden becomes permanent. The throne sustains, but it does not heal. From the Master of Mankind. This line is particularly important because it clarifies that the throne is not facilitating recovery, it is stabilizing a failure state. The Emperor is kept in a condition where his biological processes do not fully cease, but neither do they progress towards any kind of restoration. For a Perpetual, this is creating a sort of paradox. If regeneration requires a transition, death followed by rebirth, then the throne prevents that transition from ever completing. The Emperor is effectively held at the boundary condition between life and death, continuously active but never allowed to reset. He's essentially in a liminal space. The experience of Malkador the Sigillite reinforces how extreme that mechanism is. When Malkador briefly takes the Emperor's place, the strain destroys him almost immediately. The burden would destroy any other. From the Master of Mankind. If a being as powerful as Malkador cannot endure even a short exposure, then 10,000 years of continuous operation suggests that the throne is not preserving the Emperor in any normal sense. It is forcing him to function under conditions that actively prevent recovery. In addition to preventing regeneration in this way, the throne imposes an ongoing psychic burden that further complicates the situation. The Emperor is not merely sitting in stasis, he is actively maintaining several critical systems simultaneously. These include the Astronomicon, which requires a constant psychic projection across the galaxy, and also the containment of the human webway breach beneath the Imperial Palace, which is effectively a permanent defensive action against warp intrusions breaching onto Terra and destroying it almost instantly. This continuous output means that even if some form of regeneration were possible for the Emperor, it would be competing against an equally constant strain that he has to maintain. If I fail, humanity dies. From the Master of Mankind. While this line is contextual, It reflects the scale of responsibilities involved. The Emperor cannot simply disengage from his role without catastrophic consequences for Terra and the wider Imperium, and so any process that will require him to stop, even briefly, is effectively impossible under the current conditions. A further complication is the apparent fragmentation of the Emperor's mind, as described during his interactions with Roboute Guilliman in Dark Imperium. Guilliman does not encounter a single unified personality, but rather a layered and conflicting set of impulses and emotions. A mind of many voices. From Dark Imperium. This description suggests that the Emperor's consciousness has been altered by prolonged strain, possibly combined with the effect of the warp exposure and 10,000 years of sustained psychic activity that he has been enduring. Instead of a singular will directing regeneration, there may now be a multiple competing aspects of him. And this fragmentation could interfere with the coherence required for a perpetual's return. If regeneration depends on a stable identity, then a divided consciousness introduces an instability into the process that not many people have considered. Also, the Emperor has been the subject of continuous worship on a galactic scale, and as we know in Warhammer 40,000, this will have tangible effects in the warp. As we know, faith reshapes reality. From Dark Imperium. Over millennia, this belief may have influenced the Emperor's psychic presence, further complicating the relationship between his physical form and his existence within the warp. The result is a being that is not only damaged, but also distributed across multiple layers of reality. Finally, there's also this question of intent. It is possible that the Emperor is not entirely unable to regenerate, but is instead constrained by the consequences of doing so. If the Emperor were to die completely even for a moment, as we know, the system he maintains would fail. The Astronomicon would cease, isolating Imperial worlds, and the Webway breach could expand, allowing direct warp incursion into Terra, where demons would probably rip it to pieces in a matter of hours. Under those conditions, even a successful regeneration might come far too late to prevent widespread collapse. This creates a scenario in which the Emperor's current state is not just imposed, but to some extent maintained, because the alternative is actually far worse. And when you put all of this together, the Emperor's lack of regeneration is not the result of a single failure, but the interaction of several overlapping factors, I would say. His body was catastrophically damaged in ways that are likely affecting him more than just physical structure. His underlying essence as a perpetual itself, whatever enables that perpetual regeneration, may have been disrupted by the chaos-infused attacks Horus dealt him. The Golden Throne prevents the transition required for recovery while simultaneously imposing this constant strain upon him. And his consciousness appears to be fragmented, with his responsibilities making an interruption of function pretty much impossible. In other words, the Emperor is not simply wounded, he is held in a system that preserves activity while preventing any kind of resolution for him, and every mechanism that might allow him to return is either damaged or actively suppressed by the conditions required to keep the Imperium functioning at all. That is why after 10,000 years he has not regenerated. It's not because potentially he cannot, but because under the current conditions of the setting there is no point at which the process is allowed to begin. YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and become a chapter brother down below. You can get members only videos by becoming a battle brother. Join the button down below now. In the grim darkness of the far future there is only war. What if the return of the Emperor of Mankind is not the thing that saves the Imperium, but the thing that finally ends it? Because I've noticed something strange in modern 40k discussion. People usually talk about the Emperor returning as though it automatically will fix everything. The Golden Throne fails, the Emperor rises, chaos starts to panic, and the Imperium rallies. Suddenly, humanity gets its great comeback moment. But when you actually look at the lore, especially the newer material around the Siege of Terra, Guilliman's meeting with the Emperor, the Great Rift, and the changing state of faith in the Imperium, I honestly think the opposite possibility deserves a lot more attention. Not that the Emperor cannot return, of course he absolutely can. but that this return may be catastrophic. Because the Imperium that exists in M42 is not the civilization the Emperor originally tried to build. In a lot of ways, it's the exact thing he spent centuries trying to prevent. One thing I don't think gets discussed enough is how the Emperor hated superstition during the Great Crusade. The Imperial Truth was not subtle about this at all. Religion was treated as extremely dangerous and prohibited, mysticism suppressed at every turn. Humanity was supposed to move towards rational unity under a secular rule, partly because the Emperor understood full well how belief interacts with the warp. Faith shackles humanity. From The Last Church. That conversation in The Last Church matters because it gives one of the clearest windows into how the Emperor actually viewed civilization before the heresy. He doesn't just dislike religion politically, he sees it as dangerous to its core. Fast forward 10,000 years, and now humanity worships him as a literal god. Entire worlds run on religious extremism. The ecclesiarchy dominates imperial life in basically every way. Billions are burned for theological disagreement. The Imperium is held together spiritually through ideas the Emperor has openly rejected. And honestly, this creates a very uncomfortable kind of tension waiting. If the Emperor was to wake up, does he even recognize the Imperium as something worth preserving? Personally, I think people underestimate how violent that confrontation could become, because fixing the Imperium may require dismantling the systems that are currently holding it together. The clearest clue we might have about all of this actually is probably Roboute Guilliman. Guilliman wakes up in the modern Imperium and immediately struggles with what he finds. The bureaucracy is bloated, the state religion horrifies him, and the inefficiency borders on pure insanity. He repeatedly questions whether the Imperium can function long-term at all. And this is Guilliman, arguably the most administrative and politically practical Primarch in existence. What has become of my father's dream? From Dark Imperium. That feeling runs underneath a lot of Guilliman's modern lore. Disappointment and frustration, really just exhaustion of what the Imperium has become. Now imagine if the Emperor himself returned into the setting. Guilliman at least has emotional distance from the Imperial Truth. He adapted reluctantly to what he has currently. But the Emperor created this original project. He remembers what humanity was supposed to become. From my point of view, it feels very unlikely that he simply walks into the Imperial Palace accepting 10,000 years of religious authoritarianism and says, fair enough. And then of course, there's the practical problems. The Emperor cannot simply stand up and leave the Golden Throne without any kind of consequences. That's the part people sometimes gloss over because resurrection sounds dramatic and exciting. The Golden Throne is doing things, very important things, that people often overlook. The Emperor is sustaining the Astronomicon, maintaining pressure against the damaged webway beneath Terra, and also acting as a psychic stabilizer for systems that we barely understand. The throne sustains, but it does not heal. From the Master of Mankind. And during the Siege of Terra, we repeatedly see what happens when the Emperor is even temporarily separated from those responsibilities. Reality bending, the palace falling, warp pressure increasing all around. If the Emperor fully returns through death and regeneration, as Perpetual Theory suggests, there may be a period where Terra is terrifyingly vulnerable. And personally, I think people underestimate this part a lot. The Emperor returning might look less like a triumphant awakening and more like a controlled apocalypse. Even success could involve massive devastation. Of course, we also have to talk about the obvious fact that the Emperor may no longer be himself once he returns. This is the part that I always come back to personally. What exactly is the Emperor now? Because Guilliman's meeting with him in Dark Imperium doesn't feel like a conversation between father and son at all. It feels like fragments, strange and overwhelming. A multitude of voices. from Dark Imperium. Guilliman experiences contradictory impulses, layered personalities, emotions colliding against one another. That line really stayed with me because it suggests the Emperor has changed fundamentally. And honestly, how could he not? 10,000 years of psychic strain, 10,000 years of worship by untold trillions of souls, 10,000 years sitting at the center of humanity's emotional and spiritual projection onto him. In 40k, as we know, belief matters immensely and shapes reality. Warp entities grow through repetition and collective emotion. Faith is power, from Plague War. So what happens when the single most worshipped figure in human history wakes up after 10,000 millennia of divine projection? I don't think we really know what's going to happen, and I'm not convinced the answer will be comforting or good for the Imperium in any way. And then there's the thing modern lore quietly introduced, and I still think people haven't fully processed: the Dark King. During the End and the Death, the Emperor approaches that apotheosis, not metaphorically, a literal transformation into some kind of god, a new warp god associated with domination and order, tyranny and human control, and it begins forming all around him. He stands on the brink of godhood. From the End and the Death, Volume 3. The Emperor refuses it, but only barely, and here's the most uncomfortable part. Humanity spends the next 10,000 years worshipping him anyway. From my point of view, the obvious question becomes, did the process ever truly stop, or has it simply continued slowly in the background all this time? Because if the Emperor returns now, perhaps what emerges is no longer entirely the man who fought Horus at all. Maybe it's something shaped by 10,000 years of collective belief. Something closer to a god than a ruler. And honestly, history in 40k suggests gods rarely make things simpler. There's another angle here that people have overlooked. The Emperor returning could completely destabilize imperial politics right now, because the modern Imperium is built purely on theology, and theology becomes dangerous the moment the object of worship starts disagreeing with the priests. Imagine the Emperor publicly condemns parts of the ecclesiarchy, or all of it. Imagine him rejecting all of the cults. Imagine him openly criticizing the imperial creed. Would they obey? Maybe. But I genuinely think parts of the Imperium would break before surrendering ideological power that has existed for millennia. Some factions would claim the return Emperor is false. Some would call him corrupted. Others would insist only the God Emperor on the throne is legitimate. Honestly, it sounds absurd at first until you remember this is a civilization that regularly fights civil wars over administrative paperwork and relic ownership. Faith plus fear plus political power is a dangerous combination. And this is the bit that I always think about, that chaos might actually benefit from this at first. It's a weird possibility, but hear me out. Everyone assumes chaos fears the Emperor's return, and eventually maybe it would. But short-term chaos thrives on instability, civil wars, religious schisms, massive fear, warp turbulence, etc. If the Emperor's return fractures imperial authority, destabilizes terror, interrupts warp navigation, and triggers doctrinal panic across millions of worlds, that sounds dangerously close to ideal conditions for more chaos expansion. Personally, I think the irony here feels very 40k. Humanity waits tens of thousands of years for salvation, only for salvation itself to nearly tear civilization apart. You could really see this happening. Here's something else that sounds very interesting. Guilliman may end up actually opposing the Emperor. This part sounds crazy until you think about it long enough, think it through. What if Guilliman becomes the moderating force between them? Guilliman understands the modern Imperium very pragmatically now. He hates parts of it, but he recognizes the machine has to function for the Imperium to survive. The Emperor, by contrast, might return with expectations rooted in his 30k logic. And suddenly the son becomes the conservative one, the father becomes the revolutionary. I'm not saying they fight physically, but ideologically they could be diopposed if Guilliman is the more practical one, while the Emperor remains rooted in his original thoughts. You could see the tension here very easily. The more I think about the Emperor's return, the harder it becomes to imagine it as a clean victory for humanity in any way, really. The Imperium survives partly through inertia now. Habit, bureaucracy, fear, and faith. The Emperor represents a disruption to all of this finely, carefully crafted balance. And disruption at the center of a civilization this fragile is gonna be dangerous. Maybe he returns and saves humanity. Maybe. Maybe he becomes something stranger though. Or maybe the darkest possibility is the simplest one. The Emperor comes back, looks at what the Imperium has become and realizes the only way to preserve humanity is to destroy the civilization carrying its name. And honestly, that feels incredibly Warhammer 40k.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods and master of a million worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls die every day, for whom blood is drunk and flesh eaten. Human blood and human flesh, the stuff of which the Imperium is made. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. This is the tale of those times. Forget the power of technology, science, and common humanity. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for there is no peace among the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
The Emperor of Mankind is worshipped as a god by untold trillions. He is fed by the souls of thousands of psykers every day. The Emperor of Mankind has endured 10,000 years on the Golden Throne, absorbing belief, pain, and power on a scale nothing in the galaxy has ever experienced. And the question, quiet and dangerous, is this: what has it done to him? Because if you step back, strip away the dogma, the rituals, the endless chanting of the ecclesiarchy, you start to notice something unsettling. The Emperor may not just be surviving anymore, he may be changing. And I'll be honest, I didn't really think about it in this way for a long time. It's easy to imagine the Emperor as static, frozen, stuck on the throne, like the setting really in general. A corpse barely alive, holding the Imperium together out of sheer stubborn will. But that idea, it doesn't quite hold up when you look closer. Not anymore. Because in the Warhammer universe, as we know, belief really matters. Belief shapes the warp, belief creates gods, belief makes basically everything that the orcs use work.
The warp is a mirror of the soul.
From various chaos references. And if that is true, then what happens when an entire species believes without question that one being is divine? Now, before we go any further, we need to understand something. The Emperor was already absurdly powerful before the Horus Heresy. Not strong for a human, not strong for a psyker, just incredibly powerful, full stop. He could erase armies with a thought, he could dominate the minds of his primarchs, he could project psychic light strong enough to burn demons out of existence entirely. There's a moment in Master of Mankind where he fights in the webway and the description is almost difficult to comprehend.
The Emperor stood a sun among lesser lights.
And that is not a metaphor. Not really. To the creatures of the warp, he was the sun. Anathema, a thing that they could not touch, could not fight, and physically, he was no less terrifying. Even without his psychic power, he could still fight on the level of Primarchs and probably beyond, faster than Astartes by literal light years. Stronger than any human had any right to be, really. He wasn't just a ruler, he was a weapon. And then, of course, everything broke. The duel aboard the Vengeful Spirit. You obviously know the story, everyone does by now. But what often gets missed is just how much power was unleashed at that moment. Horus wasn't just a Primarch anymore, he was something else. He was a vessel for all four Chaos gods.
He was no longer Horus.
From the end and the death. And the Emperor, even he struggled. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he was hesitant. He held back, and that hesitation nearly killed him. By the end of that battle, his body was damaged, his mind fractured, his soul damaged in ways we still don't fully understand. And that's where most people stop thinking, because what comes next is the Golden Throne, and the assumption is simple. He's dying slowly and endlessly coming back in a cycle of rebirth. But here's where things get more uncomfortable, because the Emperor isn't just sitting there, he's doing things constantly, holding back the warp breach beneath the palace, projecting the Astronomicon across the galaxy, guiding ships through the void, and receiving something in return. Faith. Every prayer, every whispered plea, every moment of desperation from a dying soldier, all of this goes somewhere, and in the warp nothing is wasted.
Faith is power.
From the first heretic. Now think about the scale of that. 1 million worlds, trillions of humans, 10,000 years. That is an absolute ocean of belief, and it's all focused on one being. I keep coming back to this over and over because it's the part that sticks with me the most. The Chaos Gods were not always gods. They were formed, shaped, and fed by emotions. Khorne for rage, Nurgle despair, Tzeentch ambition, Slaanesh from excess from the Eldar. So what happens when you feed something faith? Not chaos, not madness, but structured, directed, unwavering belief. What does that create? Now let's jump forward to the present. Guilliman meets the Emperor in Dark Imperium, and what he encountered is not what he expected. Not a man, not even really a single mind, more like storm.
A mind of many parts.
From Dark Imperium. Layers of thought, conflicting emotions, fragments of personality. It's not calm, it's not unified, it's vast. And honestly, that's a little terrifying because that doesn't sound like a dying being. That sounds like something growing. And then there's the other piece. The one that people don't talk about much. The Psykers. Every day thousands are sacrificed to the Golden Throne. Their souls consumed, their power absorbed. All to sustain the Emperor. But is it just sustaining him, or is it feeding him perhaps? Because if a fraction of that energy is being retained, then the Emperor isn't weakening at all. He's accumulating power, maybe even accumulating souls. Now, I'm not saying the Emperor is a god, not officially, not in the way the Chaos Gods are, but the similarities are starting to stack up. A vast psychic presence in the warp, fueled by belief, sustained by souls, able to influence reality across the galaxy. At what point does that start being a god?
He is no god.
The Emperor in the Last Church. That line always seems to come up, and I think it matters because the Emperor never wanted any of this, supposedly. He rejected worship and rejected divinity, as we know with the Imperial Truth. But intention doesn't always matter in the warp. Belief does. So, of course, we get to the core question. If he's so powerful, if he's being fed by this much energy, why has he not regenerated? Why hasn't he stood up from the throne? And I think there's a few possibilities here. The first is simple, that he can't. Not because he lacks power, but because something is holding him in place. The throne itself perhaps, the Webway breach, the damage from Horus. All of it binding him, the narrative itself. The second possibility is more unsettling, that he won't. Because returning physically might mean losing something else. Control, focus, or perhaps restraint. Because if the Emperor is becoming something closer to a warp entity, then leaving the throne might not result in the man returning, it might result in something else entirely. So when we ask if the Emperor is the most powerful being in the galaxy, we might be asking the wrong question. Because power isn't the issue anymore. The real question is control, because right now the Emperor is a shattered body, a vast psychic presence, a focus of endless faith, and a being sustained by sacrifices all at once. And if all of those things ever fully align, if the fragments become one again, if the power he accumulated finally has a direction, then what rises from the Golden Throne might not be the Emperor humanity remembers at all. So the question isn't just how powerful is he now, it's this. If he finally wakes up, will he still be the Emperor of mankind, or something far beyond it? YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and join the chapter down below for $1. Members only videos can be accessed by becoming an honor guard. Click the join button below now.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls die every day, for whom blood is drunk and flesh eaten. Human blood and human flesh, the stuff of which the Imperium is made. To be a man in such times is to be the one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. This is a tale of those times. The Warhammer 40k verse is built upon a foundation of grim darkness, constant war, and the lingering presence of a godlike figure, the Emperor of Mankind. Once a powerful, active leader, the Emperor now exists in a state of living death, entombed within the Golden Throne on Terra. Understanding his current condition requires a deep dive into the lore, examining the history that led to his entombment, the mechanics of the Golden Throne, and the ramifications of his deteriorating state of the Imperium of Man. Greetings all, I'm your guide, the Archivist. Today I will dive into what is actually wrong with the Emperor of Mankind. Before we begin, please make sure to like the like and subscribe waypoints down below, so that more people can learn for the archives. To fully appreciate the Emperor's plight, one must first understand his origins and the vision he held for humanity. Born in Anatolia millennia before the age of the Imperium, the Emperor was a perpetual, a being of immense psychic power and intelligence destined to live through countless lifetimes. Recognizing the inherent dangers lurking in the warp and the potential for humanity to be consumed by it, he embarked on a grand plan to unite humanity and guide it towards a golden age of reason and scientific advancement, free from superstition and the influence of chaos. The Emperor's vision culminated in the Great Crusade, a galaxy-spanning campaign led by his genetically engineered sons, the Primarchs. These demigods, imbued with fragments of the Emperor's own essence, spearheaded the Imperial armies, conquering and bringing countless worlds under the banner of the Imperium. For a time it seemed as though the Emperor's dream was within reach. However, the seeds of betrayal had already been sown. The Horus Heresy, a catastrophic civil war ignited by the Primarch Horus's fall to chaos, shattered the Imperium and irrevocably altered the course of history. The conflict pitted brother against brother, unleashing untold destruction across the galaxy. The climax of the heresy saw the Emperor confront Horus aboard his flagship. In a desperate battle, Horus was defeated, but the Emperor suffered mortal wounds. To ensure the immediate threat of chaos was neutralized, the Emperor unleashed a psychic attack that obliterated Horus's soul, but at a terrible cost. Mortally wounded and teetering on the brink of death, the Emperor was brought back to Terra and placed on the Golden Throne, an ancient device of immense power and complexity. This device, originally intended to unlock the secrets of the Webway, was repurposed to sustain the Emperor's life and amplify his psychic abilities. It is here that the details of his current condition become truly harrowing. The Golden Throne does not heal the Emperor. Instead, it acts as a life support system of unimaginable scale, converting the psychic energy of thousands of psykers into life force to keep his body functioning. This process is agonizing and unsustainable. Each day, hundreds of psykers are sacrificed to the Golden Throne, their souls consumed to prolong the Emperor's existence. Were the throne to fail, or the supply of psykers to cease, the Emperor would finally die. The primary function of the Emperor on the Golden Throne is not simply to exist. He acts as a psychic beacon, the Astronomicon, which allows Imperial ships to navigate the warp. Interstellar travel would become incredibly perilous, effectively isolating the Imperium's vast territories and leaving them vulnerable to attack.
he also acts as a psychic ward, holding back the tides of chaos and preventing the complete collapse of the Imperial Webway project, a crucial defense against incursions from the warp. However, the details reveal a troubling truth. The Emperor's power is fading. The constant strain of maintaining the Astronomicon and holding back the warp is slowly eroding his psychic strength. Furthermore, the damage inflicted during the Horus Heresy continues to take its toll. His mind, once a bastion of clarity and purpose, is now fragmented and besieged by visions, memories, and the constant psychic feedback from the countless psykers sacrificed to the throne. As the Emperor's condition deteriorates, so too does the Imperium. The Astronomicon flickers, making warp travel increasingly dangerous and unpredictable. Psychic phenomena intensify, leading to more frequent demonic incursions and the warping of reality. The Emperor's ability to guide and inspire humanity wanes, replaced by cryptic pronouncements and unsettling dreams. The Imperium, already struggling under the weight of constant war and internal strife, teeters on the precipice of collapse. The Adeptus Custodes, the Emperor's personal guard and guardians of the Golden Throne, are acutely aware of the Emperor's declining state. They are privy to the subtle shifts in his psychic presence, the growing instability of the throne, and the increasingly dire warnings emanating from within the Imperial Palace. Their vigilance is unwavering, but even in their legendary dedication cannot halt the inevitable decay. The question of what happens when the Emperor finally dies is a source of immense dread and speculation within the Imperium. Some believe it will herald the complete triumph of chaos, plunging humanity into an eternal nightmare. Others cling to the hope that the Emperor's soul will be reborn, ushering in a new age of enlightenment. Still others believe that his accumulated psychic energy will coalesce into a new god, either benevolent or malevolent, depending on the prevailing circumstances. The High Lords of Terror, the ruling body of the Imperium, are caught in a delicate balancing act. They must maintain the illusion of stability and order while simultaneously preparing for the potential consequences of the Emperor's demise. They oversee the constant maintenance and repair of the Golden Throne, allocating resources to the protection of Terra, and engage in endless political machinations to secure their own positions of power. Inquisitors, the agents of the Inquisition, are tasked with investigating and eliminating any threats to the Imperium, including those that might arise from the Emperor's death. They scour the galaxy for forbidden knowledge, hunt down heretics and mutants, and ruthlessly suppress any dissent that could undermine the stability of the Imperium. Their methods are often brutal and uncompromising, but they believe they are acting in the best interest of humanity. The details surrounding the Emperor's condition are shrouded in secrecy and misinformation. The Imperium actively suppresses any information that could undermine the faith in the Emperor or sow discord among the population. This secrecy, while intended to maintain order, also breeds ignorance and paranoia, further exacerbating the Imperium's problems. The irony is that the Emperor, who sought to guide humanity towards a future free from superstition and religious dogma, has become the central figure of a vast and oppressive religious cult. The Imperial cult, also known as the Ecclesiarchy, venerates the Emperor as a god, demanding absolute obedience and unwavering faith. This cult, while providing a much-needed sense of unity and purpose to the masses, also perpetuates ignorance and stifles progress. The current condition of the Emperor on the Golden Throne is a complex and multifaceted issue with profound implications for the entire Warhammer 40k verse. He is a dying god, a psychic battery, and the last bulwark against the forces of chaos. His fate is inextricably linked to the fate of humanity, and his eventual demise will undoubtedly trigger a cataclysmic event that will reshape the galaxy forever. The details of his suffering and the sacrifices made to prolong his existence are a testament to the grim darkness of the far future, where hope is a rare and precious commodity. As his power wanes, the Imperium faces its greatest challenge yet, surviving in a galaxy without its guiding light. The question remains, will humanity persevere, or will it succumb to the darkness that the Emperor has held at bay for so long? And so I have now covered the content for this video, but if there's anything that has been missed, please share them in the comments down below. If you enjoyed this content, please remember to like and subscribe waypoints down below. In the grim dark of the far future, there is only war.
For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods and master of a million worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls die every day, for whom blood is drunk and flesh eaten. Human blood and human flesh, the stuff of which the Imperium is made. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. This is the tale of those times. Forget the power of technology, science, and common humanity. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for there is no peace among the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
The Emperor of Mankind is worshipped as a god by untold trillions. He is fed by the souls of thousands of psykers every day. The Emperor of Mankind has endured 10,000 years on the Golden Throne, absorbing belief, pain, and power on a scale nothing in the galaxy has ever experienced. And the question, quiet and dangerous, is this: what has it done to him? Because if you step back, strip away the dogma, the rituals, the endless chanting of the ecclesiarchy, you start to notice something unsettling. The Emperor may not just be surviving anymore, he may be changing. And I'll be honest, I didn't really think about it in this way for a long time. It's easy to imagine the Emperor as static, frozen, stuck on the throne, like the setting really in general. A corpse barely alive, holding the Imperium together out of sheer stubborn will. But that idea, it doesn't quite hold up when you look closer. Not anymore. Because in the Warhammer universe, as we know, belief really matters. Belief shapes the warp, belief creates gods, belief makes basically everything that the orcs use work.
The warp is a mirror of the soul.
From various chaos references. And if that is true, then what happens when an entire species believes without question that one being is divine? Now, before we go any further, we need to understand something. The Emperor was already absurdly powerful before the Horus Heresy. Not strong for a human, not strong for a psyker, just incredibly powerful, full stop. He could erase armies with a thought, he could dominate the minds of his Primarchs, he could project psychic light strong enough to burn demons out of existence entirely. There's a moment in Master of Mankind where he fights in the Webway, and the description is almost difficult to comprehend.
The Emperor stood a sun among lesser lights.
And that is not a metaphor. Not really. To the creatures of the warp, he was the sun. Anathema, a thing that they could not touch, could not fight, and physically, he was no less terrifying. Even without his psychic power, he could still fight on the level of Primarchs and probably beyond, faster than Astartes by literal light years, stronger than any human had any right to be, really. He wasn't just a ruler, he was a weapon. And then, of course, everything broke. The jewel aboard the Vengeful Spirit. You obviously know the story, everyone does by now. But what often gets missed is just how much power was unleashed at that moment. Horus wasn't just a Primarch anymore, he was something else. He was a vessel for all four Chaos gods.
He was no longer Horus.
From the End and the Death. And the Emperor, even he struggled. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he was hesitant. He held back, and that hesitation nearly killed him. By the end of that battle, his body was damaged, his mind fractured, his soul damaged in ways we still don't fully understand. And that's where most people stop thinking. Because what comes next is the Golden Throne, and the assumption is simple. He's dying slowly and endlessly coming back in a cycle of rebirth. But here's where things get more uncomfortable. Because the Emperor isn't just sitting there, he's doing things constantly. Holding back the warp breach beneath the palace, projecting the Astronomicon across the galaxy, guiding ships through the void, and receiving something in return. Faith. Every prayer, every whispered plea, every moment of desperation from a dying soldier, all of this goes somewhere, and in the warp nothing is wasted.
Faith is power.
From the first heretic. Now think about the scale of that. 1 million worlds, trillions of humans, 10,000 years. That is an absolute ocean of belief, and it's all focused on one being. I keep coming back to this over and over because it's the part that sticks with me the most. The Chaos Gods were not always gods. They were formed, shaped, and fed by emotions. Khorne for rage, Nurgle despair, Tzeentch ambition, Slaanesh from excess from the Eldar. So what happens when you feed something faith? Not chaos, not madness, but structured, directed, unwavering belief. What does that create? Now let's jump forward to the present. Guilliman meets the Emperor in Dark Imperium, and what he encountered is not what he expected. Not a man, not even really a single mind, more like storm.
A mind of many parts.
From Dark Imperium. Layers of thought, conflicting emotions, fragments of personality. It's not calm, it's not unified, it's vast. And honestly, that's a little terrifying because that doesn't sound like a dying being. That sounds like something growing. And then there's the other piece. The one that people don't talk about much. The Psykers. Every day thousands are sacrificed to the Golden Throne. Their souls consumed, their power absorbed. All to sustain the Emperor. But is it just sustaining him, or is it feeding him perhaps? Because if a fraction of that energy is being retained, then the Emperor isn't weakening at all. He's accumulating power. Maybe even accumulating souls. Now, I'm not saying the Emperor is a god, not officially, not in the way the Chaos Gods are, but the similarities are starting to stack up. A vast psychic presence in the warp, fueled by belief, sustained by souls, able to influence reality across the galaxy. At what point does that start being a god?
He is no god.
The Emperor in the Last Church. That line always seems to come up, and I think it matters because the Emperor never wanted any of this, supposedly. He rejected worship and rejected divinity, as we know with the Imperial Truth. But intention doesn't always matter in the warp. Belief does. So, of course, we get to the core question. If he's so powerful, if he's being fed by this much energy, why has he not regenerated? Why hasn't he stood up from the throne? And I think there's a few possibilities here. The first is simple, that he can't. Not because he lacks power, but because something is holding him in place. The throne itself perhaps, the Webway breach, the damage from Horus. All of it binding him, the narrative itself. The second possibility is more unsettling, that he won't, because returning physically might mean losing something else. Control, focus, or perhaps restraint. Because if the Emperor is becoming something closer to a warp entity, then leaving the throne might not result in the man returning, it might result in something else entirely. So when we ask if the Emperor is the most powerful being in the galaxy, we might be asking the wrong question. Because power isn't the issue anymore. The real question is control, because right now the Emperor is a shattered body, a vast psychic presence, a focus of endless faith, and a being sustained by sacrifices. All at once. And if all of those things ever fully align, if the fragments become one again, if the power he accumulated finally has a direction, then what rises from the Golden Throne might not be the Emperor humanity remembers at all. So the question isn't just how powerful is he now, it's this. If he finally wakes up, will he still be the Emperor of mankind, or something far beyond it? YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and join the chapter down below for $1. Members only videos can be accessed by becoming an honor guard. Click the join button below now.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
Is the Emperor already back? If he is, it's not entirely obvious. He hasn't stood up from the Golden Throne. There's no moment where he walks out into the Imperial Palace and takes control again. But if you look at what's been happening in the recent lore, and even outside of the novels, it's getting harder to argue that he's inactive. Something is happening. And the part that keeps coming up is this idea that he's not returning as a person in one place. He's already acting just not directly. For a long time, the Emperor was treated as distant, important obviously, but static. He powered the Astronomicon, he kept the Webway breach contained, and that was more or less all of it. But that's not really the case anymore. In Dark Imperium, when Roboute and Guilliman interact with him, it's not a quiet, controlled exchange at all. It's
a storm of voices.
From Dark Imperium. And that line gets quoted a lot, but it matters because of what it implies. Guilliman doesn't encounter a single, stable mind. He experiences something layered, almost fragmented, like multiple impulses trying to speak at once. And from my point of view, that doesn't sound like a dying being at all. It sounds like something that's active, but not entirely unified. One of the clearest recent examples of the Emperor's interference is Guilliman's confrontation with Mortarion. During that fight, something unusual happens. Guilliman isn't just acting on his own. There's a moment where the Emperor's presence seems to come through him, guiding, reinforcing, and even speaking to Mortarion, saying that he's going to wait for him, which is obviously a massive difference from the impartial or indifferent Emperor that we've seen for so long. And what stands out to me is just how direct this seems compared to the older lore. It's not vague inspiration or distant guidance, he's intervening in events much more directly. Obviously, I think this is one of the strongest pieces of evidence that the Emperor is already more active in a more immediate way than the Imperium realises. He's not just maintaining these systems that keeps it running, he's actually stepping in when it matters and when it counts. There's also something outside the novels which fits surprisingly well as well. At the end of Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, Dimitri and Titus experiences something that's hard to interpret as anything other than direct contact with the Emperor. It's not explained in detail, and it's not framed as a full conversation, but the implication is there. Something reaches out to him, something that feels deliberate. From my perspective, what makes this interesting isn't just that it happens, it's that it lines up with what we're seeing elsewhere. The Emperor doesn't appear in person, but individuals, especially key figures, are starting to experience something more direct from him. And this isn't isolated either. Across the recent lore, Imperial Saints are appearing more frequently. Miracles are becoming harder to dismiss as coincidence. Warp events tied to human belief are becoming more consistent. And that fits with something we already know.
Faith is a weapon.
The Imperium has been feeding belief into the Emperor for 10,000 years, and from my point of view, it would be strange if that didn't have any kind of effect. So when you see Guilliman acting as a conduit, Titus experiencing something direct, and Saints manifesting more often, it starts to look less random, a pattern of behaviour. The reason this feels easy to miss is because it doesn't match with what people expect. Most people imagine the Emperor returning as Most people imagine the Emperor's return as a single moment. He stands up, he speaks, and everything changes. But if you look at what's actually happening, it's not like that at all. It's been a gradual process, subtle in places but much more direct in others. This feels more like a process than an event in my opinion, almost like he's coming back slowly. Not coming back all at once, he's already there, he's just spreading his influence out slowly. It's also worth paying attention to how Guilliman reacts to him. He doesn't come away from his interaction with the Emperor reassured. If anything, he's unsettled. The Emperor he encounters isn't the same as the one he remembers, and that obviously matters, because Guilliman knew him before the heresy. If anyone can tell the difference, it's him. From my perspective, that suggests the Emperor isn't just returning, he's actually changing all the time, and that change might not be entirely predictable either. If the Emperor is already acting even in limited ways, then the entire setting shifts again slightly. It's no longer a question of whether he will return, it becomes a question of how far this process might actually go. Does he remain something that works through others? Does he eventually reform into a single presence again, a physical embodiment? Or does he become something closer to a warp entity, less human, more abstract, but far more powerful? Personally, I think the last option is the one the setting is leaning towards right now. So when people ask if the Emperor is coming back, I don't think the answer is as simple as yes or no anymore, because When you look at all these interactions that we are seeing currently, all these bits of divine intervention, it doesn't feel like a dormant figure waiting to wake up. It feels like something that's already moving, just not in the way that's easy to recognize. And if that's true, then the real question isn't when the Emperor returns, it's how long it takes before everyone realizes he already has. YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and become a chapter member down below for $1. Members only videos can be accessed by becoming a Battle Brother. Click the join button below now.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
There's a problem with talking about the Emperor of Mankind, and it's not a small one. It's a scale problem, because every time someone tries to describe how powerful he is, physically, psychically, whatever, you run into the same issue. The Emperor doesn't really exist on the scale as anything else. Not Space Marines, not Primarchs, not even the Chaos Gods, at least not in a clean, measurable way. Sometimes he's a warrior, a scientist, the corpse on the throne, or even a god. And if you're me sitting there trying to actually figure out how powerful he is, you end up in this weird loop where every answer feels almost correct and at the same time completely wrong. So instead of pretending there's a clean answer, let's do this properly. Let's break him apart before the heresy, after the heresy, physical, psychic, and then the uncomfortable bit in the middle where none of it really lines up. So in the pre-heresy, walking around, talking, occasionally pretending to be a normal human being, which is honestly one of his more impressive feats. Physically, he is absurd, not just strong, not just Primarch level, he's operating above everything else. And that's not speculation, that's baked into how the Primarchs react to him. There's a moment in the first Heretic where even Lorgar, who becomes a literal Chaos champion, cannot really process what he's looking at.
He was more than a man, a being that could not be contained in flesh alone.
From the first Heretic by Aaron Dembski-Bowden. And I think that's very important, because physically the Emperor isn't just strong, he's anchored. Like his body is just the visible part of something much larger. There are multiple accounts of him moving faster than Space Marines can track, striking with enough force to obliterate transhuman warriors in a single blow. But the best example, honestly, is in the Webway War. And this is where things get a bit ridiculous. In the Master of Mankind, the Emperor fights in the Webway against demons, not for a few minutes, not for a single battle, for literally years, constantly and personally.
The Emperor moved through the tides of demons like a golden storm, each strike annihilating creatures that could not truly die.
From the Master of Mankind. And here's the thing, these aren't normal enemies, these are warp entities, things that exist partially outside of reality. And he's not just holding them off, he's erasing them. Not just through physical strength, that physical strength is backed by psychic annihilation. It's like every swing of his weapon is backed by a sun going off, and he just keeps going. No rest, no fatigue, no hesitation at all. I mean, imagine a Primarch doing that, and then imagine someone above that level. That would be the Emperor. Now we get to a real problem, because physically you can kind of wrap your head around it, but psychically there's no chance really. The Emperor is quite simply the most powerful human psychic that's ever existed. And I don't mean a bit stronger than Magnus, I mean orders of magnitude beyond. There's a moment in 1,000 Suns where Magnus, who is already absurdly powerful, reflects on the Emperor.
His father's power was a mountain to his own, and Magnus stood in awe of it.
From 1,000 Suns by Graham McNeil. Magnus, the guy who can stop time, tear apart titans, and casually rewrite reality in localized areas, looks at the Emperor and goes, yeah, no, that's not even close to me. And the Emperor proves it constantly. The Astronomicon alone is enough. He's projecting a psychic beacon across the entire galaxy, continuously whilst doing everything else. That's like holding a lighthouse the size of a star in your mind, forever. And then there's the subtler stuff. The manipulation, the way he can alter perception, make people see what he wants them to see, feel what he wants them to feel. There are multiple moments where characters realise they don't actually know what the Emperor really looks like.
Each saw him differently, as if his form was shaped by their expectations.
From Horus Rising by Dan Abnett. That's not illusion, that's control over perception itself. So now we get to the big one, the fight, the moment everything breaks, because this is where the Emperor is pushed to his absolute limit, and even then, he was still holding back.
He could have destroyed Horus at any time, but he hesitated.
From The End and the Death, Volume 3. And that line is pretty terrifying because it means that even the full version of Horus, warp-fueled, chaos-infused, basically a walking apocalypse, was still killable by the Emperor fairly easily. The only reason it wasn't instant: emotion, hesitation, sentiment. But when that sentiment was broken down, Horus didn't die. He was completely erased.
The Emperor unleashed his power and Horus was no more, not slain, but utterly annihilated.
From The End and the Death. Body, soul, everything completely gone. That's not power. That is finality itself. Now we get to the weird part, because post-heresy Emperor is different. Very different. Physically, he's nothing. Let's be blunt, he's just a corpse. His body was a ruin, sustained only by machinery and will. From Dark Imperium. He can't move, he can't fight, he cannot exist even independently. So if you're judging purely on the physical strength, he's at a total 0. Because physically he may be irrelevant now, but psychically he may actually be even stronger, which sounds insane, but hear me out. The Emperor on the Golden Throne is doing several things at once. He's powering the Astronomicon, holding shut the Webway, fighting off chaos incursions, receiving and processing the faith of trillions of souls, and sustaining his own existence, all simultaneously for 10,000 years. No break or pause, no rest. There's a line in The Master of Mankind that hints at what this actually means. He endures. That is his greatest power. And I think that's the key difference. Pre-heresy Emperor is explosive in power, movement, action, control. Post-heresy Emperor is pure endurance, infinite endurance. He's not striking anymore, he's holding the line. And the scale of what he is holding is frankly absurd. And then you get to Guilliman meeting him. And this is where things get really uncomfortable, because Guilliman doesn't just meet a man, he meets something else entirely.
The Emperor's thoughts were layered, contradictory, overwhelming, like a storm given voice.
That's not a single mind, that's a system, composite, something that's grown beyond its original shape. And when Guilliman tries to interpret it, he can't. Nobody actually can. And this is where I'm going to say, and this is where I'm going to be annoying and say there isn't really a clean answer to this. Pre-heresy, he is physically beyond Primarch level, functionally unstoppable, psychically the most powerful human psychic ever, able to reshape reality itself. Post-heresy, he's physically basically dead, but psychically possibly even greater, but completely focused on containment and endurance. So, if I'm being honest, and this bit is always the bit that sticks with me, the Emperor's real power was never really his strength, it was his control, because before the heresy, he controlled everything. Himself, his power, his sons, the narrative. But after the heresy, that control was slipping, or changing, or evolving into something else entirely. And that's why it's so hard to measure him now, because we're not looking at a warrior anymore, we're looking at something that might be on the edge of becoming a god, or breaking into pieces, or even perhaps both at the same time. So yeah, how powerful is the Emperor of Mankind? Strong enough to erase a Primarch from existence, strong enough to hold back the warp for 10,000 years, strong enough to keep the Imperium alive by sheer will, and maybe, just maybe, too powerful to ever come back the same way again. And that leaves you with one final thought. If this is him restrained right now, then what would he look like unleashed? YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and join the chapter down below for $1.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
The Emperor of Mankind might be coming back. He is a perpetual after all, supposedly incapable of fully dying. But the Golden Throne is failing, and for the first time in modern Warhammer 40k lore, there are actual signs, real ones, that something is changing. Primarchs are returning, and the glacial pace of the modern narrative is starting to move in multiple directions, as we've seen with the Indomitus and recent Cadian developments with Perturabo. It feels like things are finally building up to some big changes in the lore. And of course that means we need to discuss the Emperor, because there are signs that he is returning and influencing the galaxy in ways that few in the Imperium are aware of, and arguably being the main character of the entire setting, at some point it seems likely that he'll be getting involved again. The real question isn't just if the Emperor can return, it's whether he already is, and just not in the way that people expect. Because for most of the setting, the situation has been treated as fixed, stable in the strangest sense of the word. The Emperor of Mankind is on the Golden Throne. He's not alive in any normal sense, but he's not dead either. He's just there, in a liminal space, holding everything together just barely. And for a long time that was enough of an explanation, but the more you look at it, the less it actually makes any sense at all, really. Because he was never meant to end up like this. Let's start with something basic, because this gets glossed over a lot in my opinion. The Golden Throne was never meant to be a life support system at all. It wasn't designed to keep the Emperor alive forever. It wasn't even designed for him specifically in that way at all. It was part of the Webway project. It was a tool, or perhaps a bridge, something meant to allow humanity to bypass the warp entirely. And when that failed, when Magnus shattered the Webway gate and the seals around Terra, everything collapsed. The throne became something else, a desperate solution.
1,000 souls die every day to keep him alive.
From the Codex Adeptus Custodes. That line gets repeated so often it almost loses its meaning, but if you stop and actually think about it, that's not healing at all. That's probably just maintenance, a system constantly fighting to keep something from collapsing and ending. And I think that is quite fascinating, because if the Emperor is what we think he is, he shouldn't actually need that at all, should he? Perpetuals don't stay dead or stuck, apparently. The Emperor is widely believed to be a perpetual, and we've seen what that means. Perpetuals die, sometimes violently, sometimes completely, and then they come back. Not always instantly, not always in a clean manner, but they do return.
Death is not the end for some.
From The End and the Death, Volume 2. And that applies to beings like Vulcan, to others scattered through the lore as well, so naturally the assumption is the Emperor should have done the same after Horus. But he didn't, and that's the first real problem, because it means one of three things. Either he can't regenerate, he's being prevented from doing so, or he's actively choosing not to return. And honestly, none of these things sound pretty good. So, let's factor some things in that people don't always talk about. The Emperor wasn't just injured by Horus, he was damaged by something far worse, by the warp itself, in my opinion. At that point, Horus wasn't really Horus anymore at all, he was just a vessel for all four of the Chaos Gods.
He was no longer Horus.
From The End and the Death, Volume 2. So when he struck the Emperor, that damage wasn't just physical, it wasn't just psychic, it was a layered attack. Body, mind and soul ripped apart all at once. And this is the detail that most people miss, in my opinion. If a perpetual regenerates through their essence, their soul, what happens when that soul is damaged? Not weakened or strained, but actually damaged, because if the core of what allows their regeneration is broken, then the process itself might fail. Or worse, it might never begin again. Now, I think the Golden Throne could potentially be the real problem. So stay with me here, because this is where things start to connect together, in my opinion. For a perpetual to come back, there's usually a moment where they actually die. A reset, a break. But the Emperor has never gotten that. The Golden Throne holds him in place, in stasis essentially. Not alive enough to recover, and not dead enough to fully die and regenerate, if he is a perpetual. Just suspended endlessly in that liminal space that I talked about. And this is why it matters, in my opinion, because it suggests something quite uncomfortable, that the Imperium might be the reason that he hasn't returned. Not intentionally, but functionally. They are keeping him exactly where he is, locked in stasis forever. But it doesn't seem like he's passive anymore. Things are starting to shift with him, because recent lore makes it very clear that the Emperor is not inactive at all. He's not just a corpse powering a machine, he is doing things. Subtle things, and not so subtle things. These things are definitely real. For example, when Roboute Guilliman meets him, it's not a conversation at all. It's something else entirely.
The storm of voices.
From Dark Imperium. Guilliman doesn't encounter a single mind, he encounters layers and layers, contradictions, emotions that don't quite align, conflicting voices. And that is an important distinction, because it suggests that the Emperor isn't quite whole at all. The Emperor might be fragmented. There's an older idea in the lore that never got fully fleshed out, but it's never gone away either. that when the Emperor was placed on the throne, his soul didn't remain intact at all. Part of it stayed bound to the throne and part of it didn't. The Star Child, a fragment of his essence growing in the warp.
A new power stirs within the Immaterium.
From Realm of Chaos, the Lost and the Damned. Now whether this is still fully canon or not is debatable. Many people seem to think that it isn't anymore, that it's been just quietly retconned. But the idea has never gone away, and they've never actually disavowed it either. And when you combine that with Guilliman's experience, the fragmented mind and the layered presence, it starts to make a bit more sense in my opinion. Because if the Emperor is split, then regeneration might not be possible at all for him anymore. It's not one being coming back, it's multiple parts perhaps trying to become one again. And that might not even be possible. And now of course we have to talk about the Dark King, which is the other outcome. This part is obviously the most unsettling for the Imperium, because during the Siege of Terra, the Emperor became very close to becoming something else entirely. Apotheosis, turning into an actual god. Not metaphorically or symbolically, but a literal god, the Dark King.
He stands upon the brink of godhood.
From The End and the Death, Volume 3. He rejects it, but the potential has never disappeared. It's still there. And here's the uncomfortable thought about this. If the Emperor does return at some point, is it going to be the man that he was, or as something else entirely? Think about what's been happening to him. 10,000 years of suffering, endless worship, constant psychic strain, and the collective belief of humanity potentially powering him. Because as we know, belief in 40k is a dangerous thing. It will shape the warp.
Faith is a weapon.
From Dark Imperium Plague War. And humanity has been believing in the Emperor as a god for millennia. That doesn't just sit there doing nothing, it will become something. But would his return even save humanity? This is the question that a lot of people think about. This is the question that I don't think a lot of people think about. Everyone assumes the Emperor's return would fix everything, save the Imperium, restore order. But would it actually? Because the moment he leaves the throne, the Astronomicon goes out, warp travel essentially collapses instantly, the Webway breach might reopen instantly as well. Terra itself could instantly fall to a host of demons that are unstoppable. So even if he can return, the cost might be too great, and maybe he knows that. Or maybe he's already returning. And this is where the idea shifts again, because maybe his return isn't going to be a single moment, not a resurrection or a dramatic awakening, but a process, something gradual. We're already seeing saints appearing more frequently, miracles becoming harder to dismiss, Guilliman acting with something guiding him, as we saw against Mortarion, literally talking to Mortarion through Guilliman, the warp reacting differently to humanity in various ways as well. That doesn't feel like a dying being. It feels like something is potentially building, slowly and carefully in the background, maybe waiting for the right moment in the lore to come back in a more significant way. So when people ask, is the Emperor gonna return? I don't think the answer is that simple anymore, because there are various things going on right now. He might be unable to return, trapped by the throne, fragmented too much across reality to fully coalesce again, evolved into something new, or already returning in ways that we don't fully understand. And that leads to the real question: if the Emperor of Mankind does finally return, what actually comes back? The man who fought Horus, or something shaped by 10,000 years of pain, belief and war? Because in Warhammer 40k, nothing comes back unchanged. And if the Emperor does rise again, there's no guarantee humanity will recognise what stands in front of them. YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and join the chapter down below for $1. Members only videos can be accessed by becoming a Battle Brother. Click the join button down below now.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
The Emperor of Mankind is not dead, that's the official truth, but he's not alive either. And that distinction, that narrow, unnatural space between life and death, is one of the most important ideas in all of Warhammer 40,000, because right now the Emperor of Mankind exists in a state that is best described as engineered stasis. Not recovery, not decay in the normal sense, but maintenance. A system designed to keep something functioning long after it should have failed. And once you understand that, you start seeing the same pattern everywhere. Because the Emperor is not just trapped in stasis, the Imperium is actually built around this entire idea. To understand the Emperor's condition, you have to start with the Golden Throne itself, and this is where a lot of people misunderstand things. The throne was never meant to sustain a dying god. It was part of a much larger system, the Webway Project, of course. The Emperor's attempt to free humanity from reliance on the warp, to create a stable, controlled method of interstellar travel using the ancient Eldari Webway.
It was never meant as a life support system,
which was implied throughout the Master of Mankind. That is a critical detail because it means everything we see now is a failure state. When Magnus breached the Webway, when demons flooded into the Imperial Palace, the throne had to be repurposed, not as a gateway but as a seal, a psychic barrier, and from that moment on, the Emperor's role changed completely. He stopped building and started holding on. Modern depictions, particularly in the Carrion Throne, are very clear about the Emperor's physical state. He is not intact. He is not healing. He is not even stable in a biological sense. He is described as withered, skeletal, sustained by machinery wired directly into the throne. Fluids circulate through what remains of his organs. Neural interfaces connect directly into his brain.
A corpse sustained by unimaginable means.
From the Carrion Throne descriptions. And yet, he persists. Neither alive nor dead. That phrase is not poetic, it's completely true. Biologically, he should be dead, and psychically he is more active than any being in the galaxy, you would say, which creates a paradox. The Emperor's psychic presence has not diminished, if anything it has become more constant. The most obvious example is the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon that spans the galaxy, guiding Imperial ships through the warp.
A light that reaches across the void.
From Watchers of the Throne. This is not a one-time act. It is continuous, relentless, and it requires an enormous amount of energy, which is why every single day thousands of psykers are sacrificed, their souls consumed to sustain the Emperor's output. That's not a sign of strength, it's a sign of dependency, a system that cannot sustain itself. At the same time, the Emperor is holding shut the Webway breach. This is one of the most important and most overlooked details in the entire lore, in my opinion, because it means the Emperor is engaged in a constant psychic battle, not metaphorically, quite literally.
He holds the gate closed.
From the Master of Mankind. If he fails, terror falls. Not slowly, not over time. It will be instant. Demons flood into the Imperial Palace, the heart of humanity is lost, which means the Emperor cannot stop. He cannot rest, he cannot hope to recover. He must remain exactly where he is, doing exactly what he's doing, essentially forever. Now, here's where things start to connect, because the Emperor's condition is not just an isolated event, it's a pattern, a system, and that system extends outward into the entire Imperium. The Imperium is often described as stagnant, but that word doesn't quite capture it because stagnation implies inactivity. The Imperium by no means is inactive. It is constantly fighting, constantly producing, constantly maintaining itself. But it's not evolving.
Forget the promise of progress.
From the opening text of Warhammer 40,000, and I think that line defines the entire setting. There is no progress, only continuation, and this shows up everywhere. The Adeptus Mechanicus do not innovate. They preserve. STC fragments are treated as sacred relics. Machines are maintained through ritual, not through understanding.
To innovate is to invite heresy.
From the Mechanicus doctrine. It creates a system where technology does not improve, knowledge does not expand, systems do not evolve. Exactly like, you would say, the Emperor. Bureaucracy is also part of this. The Administratum is vast. So vast that it cannot respond quickly to change at all. Decisions take years, sometimes decades. Records are lost, duplicated, contradicted. The system functions, but inefficiently, again, not progressing, just continuing. The return of figures like Rabute Guilliman introduces something new, the possibility of change. Guilliman attempts reform. He reorganizes the Imperium, reforms logistics, attempts to modernize systems, and what happens? He gets met with massive resistance. Institutional, religious, cultural, because the Imperium is not built to adapt. It's been in stasis for 10,000 years. It's built to endure. There's also the moment when Guilliman encounters the Emperor. He does not speak to a single, unified consciousness at all. He experiences layers, conflicting emotions, overlapping thoughts.
A storm of voices.
From Dark Imperium. And this suggests something very critical. The Emperor's mind is not evolving in a linear way. It is fragmenting or stabilizing under pressure by dividing itself. Either way, it's not progress. It's adapting to survive. Let's talk about another layer to this. Faith. For 10,000 years, humanity has worshipped the Emperor as a god. This belief feeds into the warp. It creates a real effect. Living saints, miracles, divine interventions.
Faith is a weapon.
From Dark Imperium Plague War. But here is the key detail. This power does not lead to transformation. It reinforces the existing system. The Emperor becomes more powerful but not more active. The Imperium becomes more stable but not more adaptable. Everything is so resistant to progress and change. The entire setting, even, you could argue, GW. And this leads directly to the defining condition of the setting. Endless war, because in a system that cannot evolve, conflict can never truly be resolved. Threats are not eliminated, they are just contained for the next battle. Chaos persists, Tyranids continue to advance, Necrons are awakening, Orcs multiply out of control. None of these have been truly defeated. They are just managed conflicts, endured by the Imperium, just like the Emperor's condition. The Emperor's state, this condition of engineered stasis, is not a failure. It's the foundation of the entire setting. He is sustained but not healed, active but not progressing, powerful but not transformative. And the Imperium mirrors this. State exactly. A civilization that maintains but it does not innovate. It endures but it does not improve. It survives but it does not advance, at least for the most part. I know about Belisarius Cawl. This is not a coincidence. This is structure. Because the Emperor is not just part of the Imperium, he actually defines it completely. And as long as he remains on the Golden Throne, suspended between life and death, the galaxy will remain the same, locked in place, fighting endlessly, forever. YouTube thinks you should watch the video on screen next and become a chapter master down below for $1.
In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
I think the new Warhammer 40k trailer just quietly showed us something pretty important. Because after slowing it down frame by frame, I honestly don't think the biggest takeaway is simply, wow, they finally showed the Emperor again in the modern context. It's how they showed him. He's not majestic or radiant, not even especially recognizable as the figure most Imperial artwork likes to imagine. He looks like a ruin, collapsed in on himself, and honestly almost impossible to separate from the machinery surrounding him. And if this is really what is meant to represent the current state of the Emperor sitting on the Golden Throne, then I think the trailer may have been hinting at something much bigger than people initially have realised. One thing that stood out immediately in fan reactions is how degraded the Emperor appears in the trailer. There are only brief flashes, but what you see feels closer to horror imagery than heroic myth-making. Skeletal elements, fragmented flesh, conflicting visual states, machinery swallowing what remains of a body that barely looks fully human anymore. Some viewers even noticed multiple versions appearing in rapid succession, living, skeletal and transitional imagery layered together, almost like these contradictory depictions existing simultaneously, which of course they do. I think this part matters a lot, because for years the Emperor has mostly existed through this implication. Paintings, religious iconography, propaganda really, descriptions filtered through terrified custodies or mythologized imperial history. But the moment Games Workshop actually visualized him in motion even briefly, they've basically made a choice. Do they present a divine ruler, a corpse, psychic god, somewhere in between? And what they seem to have chosen is, frankly, deeply unsettling. Personally, what stood out to me most is how inhuman he really looks. Not powerful in this clean cinematic way, but just totally wrong. Like something stretched far beyond what it was ever supposed to endure. The funny thing is, the trailer might actually be more accurate to the books than most official Emperor artwork. Because if you go back to the descriptions of the Golden Throne in novels like The Master of Mankind, Watchers of the Throne and parts of the Siege of Terra series, the Emperor is repeatedly framed less like an immortal king sitting nobly upon a throne, and more like the centre of an impossible system barely holding itself together. A skull-faced warlock on a mighty throne, from Watchers of the Throne. That description has always stayed with me because it's strangely unpleasant. It's an odd one. Warlock, skull-faced. This is not a saviour by any means. Nothing noble in the slightest, really. It sounds ancient, damaged, almost monstrous in its entirety. And honestly, the newer trailer leans much harder into this feeling than older depictions have usually dared. You can almost feel the 10,000 years pressing down onto him, and the horror is exacerbated later in the trailer even more when you see the room with the Golden Throne in it and the arcane machinery that we see. One thing people immediately started pointing out online is that the Emperor doesn't seem visually consistent across the trailer either. At some moments there is more of a living face, at others more skeletal imagery, at others still somewhere ambiguously in between. Fans analysing frames have interpreted this as multiple states layered together rather than one stable design. And honestly, this feels deliberate as well, because Guilliman's meeting with the Emperor in Dark Imperium already hints at something very similar. Guilliman doesn't encounter one clear personality at all. He experiences a layered contradiction, a fragmented psychic presence impossible to interpret clearly. A storm of voices from Dark Imperium. From my point of view, the trailer almost feels like a visual version of that idea, really. Not one Emperor, but many fragments, possibilities, all layered, latticed over each other. A being stretched across states of life and death, divinity, wrapped in machinery, and his warp existence all simultaneously coexisting. And if that interpretation is even partly right, then the Emperor's eventual return becomes much stranger than any kind of simple resurrection. Something else I noticed when watching the trailer is that the Emperor barely feels separate from the throne anymore. You almost stop thinking of him as someone sitting inside a machine and start thinking of him as someone fused into it, mostly more machine than man really, consumed and held inside of it, which honestly fits modern lore very well in my opinion. The throne sustains, but it does not heal, from the Master of Mankind. That line becomes more disturbing the longer modern 40k goes on, because sustaining something and healing something are completely opposing ideas really in 40k. If anything, the trailer reinforces the feeling that the Emperor has existed for 10,000 years in a kind of interrupted condition, not fully alive nor dead, not recovering, kept in a kind of liminal space, a stasis if you will, a machine running past its intended lifespan. And if that's true, I genuinely think people underestimate what happens when the interruption is finally going to stop. This is the part that I keep coming back to, because at first glance, showing the Emperor as horrifyingly degenerated almost feels like confirmation that he's beyond recovery. But I actually think the opposite argument makes a lot more sense. Games Workshop usually does not start visually emphasizing instability to gay transformation around major characters unless some kind of movement narratively is coming for them, especially now. The setting is changing faster than it has in decades really. Primarchs returning on both sides, Guilliman the Lion Perturabo. We've also got Yarrick back at Armageddon. the Armageddon storyline itself increasingly feeling like a convergence for a larger event, and suddenly the Emperor is appearing in these major cinematic trailers again for the first time in a long while. Personally, it doesn't feel like an accident. Not because I think Games Workshop will suddenly wake him up tomorrow, but the idea that his condition deteriorating feels increasingly central to the setting again, which is going to be interesting. Here's the thought I couldn't stop thinking about after watching it. What if the trailer is quietly preparing people for the idea that the Emperor's return won't look triumphant at all? Because when people imagine the Emperor coming back, they usually picture something clean. Radiant armor, divine power, humanity cheering as their leader returns, the Emperor restored to what he once was. But the trailer is, in my opinion, suggesting the opposite. Something ancient, damaged, potentially unstable, fractured, and physically completely destroyed. A being shaped by 10,000 years of suffering and worship. And honestly, if Guilliman already struggled to emotionally process the Emperor before the heresy, what exactly comes back after 10,000 years trapped between machinery, warp pressure, all this fragmentation, and of course the worship of trillions and trillions of souls over such a long period of time? I'm not convinced anyone in the Imperium would even recognize him, even Primarchs. What stood out to me most about the trailer wasn't simply that Games Workshop finally showed the Emperor. It was that they showed him looking worse than people had expected. More decay, more unnatural, almost horrifying really. And in a strange way, I think that actually makes a return feel more plausible. Because visually, the trailer doesn't feel like the end of a story, it feels like some kind of narrative pressure building, in context with all of these other things going on in the setting right now. Something old and damaged and impossible has finally started to move again. And if the Emperor really is changing or has changed, I don't think the Imperium is remotely prepared for what is about to come next.
Greetings all. Why is the Emperor not able to recover from his wounds if he is a perpetual? Warhammer 40,000 is a universe steeped in epic tales of valor, betrayal and cosmic struggle. Central to its mythos is the figure of the Emperor of Mankind, a being of unparalleled power and ambition. Despite being a perpetual, why is he still not recovered? Known as a perpetual, a person who cannot die permanently, the Emperor's journey through the millennia is marked by astonishing feats and profound sacrifice. Yet despite his nature as a perpetual, the Emperor is confined to the Golden Throne in a state of near death, incapable of fully regenerating. How can the Emperor be a perpetual, one who should be theoretically regenerating from grievous injuries, yet remains effectively dying and immobilized, reliant on the arcane energies of the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon to sustain his existence? This analysis delves deeply into this paradox, exploring the nature of the Emperor's wounds, the cosmic machinations of chaos, and the function of the Golden Throne, the limits of its regenerative powers. To understand why the Emperor cannot regenerate fully despite being a perpetual, it is essential to first grasp what it means to be a perpetual within the Warhammer 40k verse. Perpetuals are rare individuals whose bodies and souls are intertwined with the continuous cycle of life and death in such a way that when they are mortally wounded, they experience a process of regeneration that effectively revives them, often stronger than before. The Emperor himself is widely accepted to be the first and most powerful of these beings, a product of ancient psychomanipulations and evolutionary leaps designed to shepherd humanity towards a transcendent apex. Unlike ordinary mortals who face death as an absolute end, perpetuals defy this finality. They die, but their cells and essence undergo a profound process of renewal. The Emperor demonstrated this early in his history during countless battles. However, contrary to the expectations for such an entity, the Emperor is unable to revive himself after being mortally wounded in the disastrous climax of the Horus Heresy, effectively anchoring him in a state of near death on the Golden Throne. The pivotal moment that disrupted the Emperor's regenerative cycle occurred during the Horus Heresy, a galaxy-spanning civil war ripped apart by chaos. Horus Lupercal, the favoured son turned traitor warmaster, inflicted wounds upon the Emperor that were not merely physical injuries but existential ruptures. These wounds, often referred to as the Horus wounds, go beyond the scope of ordinary damage. They pierced the Emperor deeply, shattering both his body and spirit. Unlike a conventional injury, which a perpetual could heal and regenerate from given enough time, these wounds were imbued with the malign power of chaos and the result of focused, overwhelming betrayal. The Emperor struck down in a duel with Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit, where both combatants unleashed titanic psychic and martial power. Though the Emperor succeeded in slaying Horus, the injuries he sustained were devastating and left his physical form in tatters. From this moment onward, the Emperor's ability to regenerate was gravely compromised. His wounds did not simply heal of their own accord. Instead, they required the continuous energies of the Golden Throne, a vast psychic apparatus designed to support his ravaged body and channel his immense power. The Golden Throne is not merely a seat of honor, it is a complex and brutal life support system. Situated in the Imperial Palace on Terra, it functions as a psychic amplifier, a containment field, and a vital sustainer of the Emperor's shattered form. The Golden Throne is powered by the sacrifices of thousands of psykers daily, which fuel its arcane energies and maintain the Emperor's tenuous grip on existence. The Emperor's mind remains active on some level, guiding the Imperium through the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon vital for interstellar navigation. However, his corporeal body is effectively immobilized, his wounds impoverishing him to the point where natural regeneration is impossible. The throne constantly channels energies to stave off death, preventing his body from completely succumbing to the injuries inflicted by Horus. This dependence on the external apparatus highlights one of the crucial reasons why the Emperor can no longer regenerate. His physical form is irreparably damaged beyond the limits of conventional perpetual healing. Instead, the Golden Throne acts as a battery sustaining a dying god, forever suspended between life and death. An essential dimension to this problem lies in the intervention of chaos itself. The forces of chaos are antithetical to perpetual life cycles. Where a perpetual thrives on the cycle of death and rebirth, chaos seeks corruption, destruction, and annihilation of that cycle's natural progression. Horus's rebellion was not just a political or military coup, but the manifestation of chaos's most substantial assault upon humanity's destiny. Through the concentrated influence of the chaos gods and their agents, the Emperor was not just physically wounded, but spiritually and metaphysically shattered. This kind of damage disrupts the very foundation of his perpetual nature. His soul and life force were rent away in a way that normal perpetual regenerative abilities could not heal. Moreover, the unending psychic onslaught and ceaseless assaults from the warp create a hostile environment that prevents restoration. The constant struggle against the destructive influence of chaos further impedes any natural healing, funneling the Emperor's remaining power into maintaining the Astronomicon and stabilizing the Imperium rather than allowing regeneration and physical restoration. While perpetuals generally can die and regenerate, the Emperor's condition reflects a unique, singular case given his cosmic role and the nature of his wounds. The regenerative ability of perpetuals is often a relatively stable life force and soul integrity. The Emperor's injuries are complicated by his psychic burden. His near godlike mind channels the Astronomicon and holds the Imperial Psyche network together. One may conceptualize the Emperor's current state as akin to a form of suspended animation, or perhaps more accurately, a liminal state between life and death. His body is too damaged for natural healing, but his mind and soul are too critical to be extinguished. The Golden Throne provides a bridge to sustain this condition. Furthermore, the warp and the entities dwelling within it mean his existence is perpetually under siege. He cannot afford the time and peace necessary for natural perpetual regeneration. Each moment of survival is brought by sacrifice and psychic effort. Additionally, if the Emperor were to fully regenerate or revive, it might carry catastrophic consequences. His resurrection could disrupt the balance the Imperium currently maintains through the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon. Should the Emperor fully awaken, his psychic presence might shift the warp's delicate equilibrium, inviting renewed chaos interference or destabilizing the fragile order of the Imperium. His mind, though powerful, has been shaped and limited by his current state, and any attempt at full revival could unleash uncontrolled psychic storms or exterminate vast numbers of loyal servants who depend on his influence. In summation, The Emperor's inability to regenerate despite being a perpetual is a complex interplay of extraordinary circumstances: the catastrophic Horus wounds, corruption by chaos, the necessity of sustaining the Imperium's Astronomicon, and the limits of perpetual biology when subjected to metaphysical ruin. His existence atop the Golden Throne is a testament to sacrifice, a God-King caught in the liminal space between death and eternal vigilance. It is a deep, poignant irony that the greatest perpetual, the first and most potent of his kind, cannot regenerate and revive because his destiny is no longer private or individual. Instead, it is a perpetual sacrifice for all of humanity, a living deity whose death would mark the end of hope in the grim darkness of the far future. As Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, poignantly states, "He who stands on the brink of death yet does not fall is the embodiment of eternal will." The Emperor therefore remains alive in death, dying yet eternal, a beacon flickering on the edge of oblivion for the salvation of all mankind. This profound condition encapsulates one of the grim truisms of the Warhammer 40k mythos. In a universe where war is eternal, even immortality is bound by sacrifice and the corrosive effects of cosmic malevolence. The Emperor's plight is a stark reminder that some wounds, especially those inflicted in the crucible of betrayal by chaos, transcend the boundaries of regeneration, locking the mightiest being in a perpetual state of decay and revival, teetering on the edges of dying forever. This archive has now been fully decoded. Continue your journey into the librarium with the video displayed on screen. The vast wealth of the archives continues to reveal new knowledge of the dark history of the 40k verse. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
There is a theory about the Emperor that I keep coming back to. Not because I think it's definitely true, not because I think there's some secret passage in the lore that proves it, but because the more the setting is developing, the harder it becomes to ignore. Most people know the basic story. The Emperor sits upon the Golden Throne, his body is dying, his mind remains active. Every day thousands of Psykers are sacrificed so he can continue to endure. The Golden Throne consumes immense amounts of psychic energy, while the Emperor directs the Astronomicon and fights an endless war within the warp. This version of events is the one that every Imperial citizen will recognise. The Emperor is a corpse, the Psykers are the fuel. The Golden Throne is a life support machine. Simple and straightforward and very bleak, very Warhammer. But there is another way of looking at this, a much stranger way. Because what if those souls aren't simply being burned away? What if the Emperor is absorbing them? What if every sacrifice is making him stronger? And what if that has been happening for 10,000 years? Suddenly the entire setting starts looking very different. To understand why people even ask this question, we need to start with one of the oldest pieces of Emperor lore ever written, the old Shaman origin story. Now before somebody rushes into the comments, yes, we should be clear about something. The Shaman story occupies a slightly awkward place in the modern lore. Games Workshop has never completely erased it, but neither have they repeated it very often in recent years. As things stand, it remains one possible explanation for the Emperor's origins rather than an absolutely confirmed fact. Even so, it remains enormously influential. The story goes that thousands of ancient human shamans foresaw the growing threat of chaos. These powerful Psykers collectively sacrificed themselves, allowing their souls to merge and eventually reincarnate into a single being, the Emperor of mankind. In other words, the Emperor may have begun his existence as many souls becoming one. Keep this idea in the back of your mind because it's important later. Very important. Fast forward tens of thousands of years, the Emperor defeats Horus, he's mortally wounded, placed on the Golden Throne. And suddenly something extraordinary begins. The sacrifice of Psykers. Not for a few years or centuries, but for 10,000 years. The Imperium feeds him an endless stream of psychic souls. Thousands die every day to sustain the throne. maintain the Astronomicon and preserve the Emperor's existence. Most people assume those souls simply vanish, that are consumed or destroyed, gone. But here's the thing, the lore doesn't always describe the process that neatly really. Again and again we see references to life force being drained, souls being consumed, psychic energy being taken in to the Emperor. But it raises the question, where does all that energy go? Think about the scale that's involved here. Even if we use the conservative figure of 1,000 psykers every day, it's an absurd number. Over 10,000 years, you're talking literally billions and billions of souls, billions. A number so large, it almost stops meaning anything really. No one can really comprehend a billion, can you? The Imperium has effectively been pouring psychic energy into a single being for over 100 centuries. And we're supposed to believe that nothing has changed, that all that power is simply disappearing. Maybe, but I'm not entirely convinced. Because the Emperor of the 41st millennium doesn't seem weaker at all than the Emperor of the Great Crusade. If anything, he seems stronger, much stronger. This is one of the strangest developments in the modern lore. His body is effectively dead. His physical form is little more than a ruined corpse sustained by machinery. Yet his influence appears greater than ever really. Saints performing miracles, demons fearing his presence. The Astronomicon shines across the galaxy. Guilliman has witnessed manifestations that would have been almost unthinkable during the Great Crusade. The Emperor's power seems to reach further than it once did, and it should be impossible. His body has been decaying for 10,000 years, he should be fading. Instead, he appears to be becoming something else, something more. And that's where the theory starts becoming interesting. Because perhaps the Golden Throne isn't preserving the Emperor, maybe it's transforming him or amplifying what he is becoming. Imagine for a moment that the ancient shaman story is true and still canon, not retconned. Imagine the Emperor really was born through the merging of thousands of psychic souls. What would happen if you fed that being billions more souls over the next 10,000 years? Not energy, not this fuel, this electricity, but actual souls. Would they simply vanish or would they become part of him? It sounds like a ridiculous idea at first, but then you remember what the setting is that we're talking about, which is Warhammer. The warp literally runs on belief, emotions and souls. The laws of physics stop being helpful. The laws of physics really stopped being helpful about 20,000 years ago, and suddenly the theory doesn't seem quite so ridiculous to me. In fact, it seems to have its own strange logic. The Emperor may already be the largest collection of human souls ever assembled. What if that collection is still growing every day? What if every sacrifice adds another drop to the ocean that has been expanding for 10,000 years? It would explain a lot, really. It would explain why the Emperor appears increasingly godlike. It would explain why miracles seem more common. It would explain why his influence in the warp appears to have grown so dramatically. More importantly, it would explain why chaos is becoming nervous and moving more aggressively. Because one thing often gets overlooked in discussions about the Emperor. The Chaos Gods are not fighting a dying man, they're fighting whatever the Emperor is now becoming. And those might not be the same thing. There's another piece of lore that always catches my attention. The Imperial Creed teaches that the Emperor's spirit transcended the limitations of flesh after his enthronement. What was once a man became something vastly larger and more powerful than the warp. Now obviously Imperial theology isn't exactly a reliable historical source, I am aware of that. The Imperium also thinks every problem can be solved by adding more skulls to it. We should be careful here. But sometimes myths contain fragments of truth, and perhaps this one does. Perhaps the Emperor really is transcending humanity, not because people worship him, not solely because of faith, but because he has been absorbing unimaginable quantities of psychic energy for 10,000 years. There is also the perpetual problem. Literally, the Emperor is a perpetual, a being who should return from death, a being who should not remain trapped in a half-dead state forever. There's always been a strange part of his story here that hasn't been explained. Why hasn't he regenerated? Why hasn't he come back? Perhaps because the Golden Throne won't let him, or perhaps because something bigger could be happening. Maybe the Emperor isn't trying to regenerate, maybe he has outgrown the need. Think about this for a second. What if the corpse on the throne is no longer the important part? What if it's simply the anchor, a final connection to reality? The thing keeping an increasingly vast warp entity tied to the material universe. Lexicanum even describes the Emperor's remaining physical form as an anchor for his spirit, which now extends across the Imperium. An anchor is a fascinating word for me. Ships use anchors because they don't want to drift away. What if the corpse isn't the Emperor anymore? What if it's simply the thing stopping him from drifting completely into godhood? We are getting into dangerous territory now, I understand that, the sort of theory that would make an Inquisitor very nervous. Because if that's true, then the Emperor isn't dying. He's ascending, slowly and painfully, incomprehensibly, but ascending all the same. And suddenly the sacrifices look very different. They stop looking like contributions to a battery. Every psyker is being added to something larger, every soul becoming part of an ever-expanding psychic consciousness, a consciousness that now expands the galaxy. There is a grim irony here, of course. The Emperor spent much of the Great Crusade trying to eliminate religion altogether. He despised superstition, rejected worship. He wanted humanity guided by reason. And then 10,000 years pass, trillions worship him, billions die in his name, and he begins looking suspiciously like an actual god. Not because he wanted it, because the galaxy ultimately has forced it upon him. And it feels very Warhammer. The Emperor wins every battle and loses the war. But there is another possibility, a darker one. What if the souls aren't joining him willingly? What if this process is changing him? Because billions of minds is no small thing. Billions of emotions, billions of fears, memories. If those souls are becoming part of the Emperor, then perhaps the Emperor is also becoming part of them. Perhaps the being sitting on the throne today isn't exactly the Emperor who fought Horus. Perhaps he is larger, stranger, less human, a composite consciousness built from countless lives, as an Emperor made from humanity itself. In a strange way, that would complete the cycle. This theory ends with one becoming many. The Emperor starts as a fusion of humanity's greatest psykers. 10,000 years later, he becomes a fusion of humanity itself. It's a remarkable symmetry, which is precisely why I find it quite compelling. Not because it's proven, because ultimately it fits. It feels like the sort of tragic, grand, and slightly horrifying idea that Warhammer so loves. And then we arrive at the final question, the obvious question. What happens if the Golden Throne fails? Most discussions assume disaster. The talisman of the severed hammers, the webway breach, terror exploding, demons pouring into reality, the end of the Imperium, all these possibilities are very real. But what if there is another outcome? What if the Emperor is no longer trapped by the throne? What if the thing keeping him alive is also the thing keeping him contained? Imagine 10,000 years of accumulated psychic power suddenly released. Not a dying man standing up. That's the version people often imagine. The Emperor dusting himself off and walking away. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I think if the Emperor returns, it will be something far stranger. Something closer to a warp god than a man. A being carrying the weight of 10,000 years of worship, 10,000 years of sacrifice, and billions upon billions of souls. The Chaos Gods would not be facing the Emperor of the Great Crusade, far from it. They would be facing whatever emerged from 10,000 years on the Golden Throne. And perhaps that's what they've feared all along. Perhaps the greatest irony in the setting is that Chaos helped create its own worst enemy. Every war, cult, invasion, disaster, all of it forced the Imperium to sacrifice more souls, to pray harder, to believe more fiercely. And all the while the Emperor is sat upon the throne, growing and changing, becoming something else. Maybe they thought they were fueling themselves, when really they were fueling their downfall. Maybe the Psykers are simply fuel. That remains entirely possible. The simplest explanation is often the correct one. But I can't help thinking after 10,000 years of sacrifice and wondering if something more is happening. Because if the Emperor truly began as thousands of souls united into one being, then the idea that he might be doing the same thing again feels less like wild speculation and more like history repeating itself. Only this time on a scale so vast that even the Chaos Gods may not fully understand what is waiting for them. And if it turns out to be true, then the Emperor on the Golden Throne isn't a corpse. He isn't a prisoner. He isn't even dying. He's becoming a something. The question is whether humanity will survive long enough to find out what that something really is.
Greetings all. Why is the Emperor not able to recover from his wounds if he is a perpetual? Warhammer 40,000 is a universe steeped in epic tales of valor, betrayal and cosmic struggle. Central to its mythos is the figure of the Emperor of Mankind, a being of unparalleled power and ambition. Despite being a perpetual, why is he still not recovered? Known as a perpetual, a person who cannot die permanently, the Emperor's journey through the millennia is marked by astonishing feats and profound sacrifice. Yet despite his nature as a perpetual, the Emperor is confined to the Golden Throne in a state of near death, incapable of fully regenerating. How can the Emperor be a perpetual, one who should be theoretically regenerating from grievous injuries, yet remains effectively dying and immobilized, reliant on the arcane energies of the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon to sustain his existence? This analysis delves deeply into this paradox, exploring the nature of the Emperor's wounds, the cosmic machinations of chaos, and the function of the Golden Throne, the limits of its regenerative powers. To understand why the Emperor cannot regenerate fully despite being a perpetual, it is essential to first grasp what it means to be a perpetual within the Warhammer 40k verse. Perpetuals are rare individuals whose bodies and souls are intertwined with the continuous cycle of life and death in such a way that when they are mortally wounded, they experience a process of regeneration that effectively revives them, often stronger than before. The Emperor himself is widely accepted to be the first and most powerful of these beings, a product of ancient psychic manipulations and evolutionary leaps designed to shepherd humanity towards a transcendent apex. Unlike ordinary mortals who face death as an absolute end, perpetuals defy this finality. They die, but their cells and essence undergo a profound process of renewal. The Emperor demonstrated this early in his history during countless battles. However, contrary to the expectations for such an entity, the Emperor is unable to revive himself after being mortally wounded in the disastrous climax of the Horus Heresy, effectively anchoring him in a state of near death on the Golden Throne. The pivotal moment that disrupted the Emperor's regenerative cycle occurred during the Horus Heresy, a galaxy-spanning civil war ripped apart by chaos. Horus Lupercal, the favoured son turned traitor warmaster, inflicted wounds upon the Emperor that were not merely physical injuries but existential ruptures. These wounds, often referred to as the Horus wounds, go beyond the scope of ordinary damage. They pierced the Emperor deeply, shattering both his body and spirit. Unlike a conventional injury, which a perpetual could heal and regenerate from given enough time, these wounds were imbued with the malign power of chaos and the result of focused, overwhelming betrayal. The Emperor was struck down in a duel with Horus aboard the Vengeful Spirit, where both combatants unleashed titanic psychic and martial power. Though the Emperor succeeded in slaying Horus, the injuries he sustained were devastating and left his physical form in tatters. From this moment onward, the Emperor's ability to regenerate was gravely compromised. His wounds did not simply heal of their own accord. Instead, they required the continuous energies of the Golden Throne, a vast psychic apparatus designed to support his ravaged body and channel his immense power. The Golden Throne is not merely a seat of honor, it is a complex and brutal life support system. Situated in the Imperial Palace on Terra, it functions as a psychic amplifier, a containment field, and a vital sustainer of the Emperor's shattered form. The Golden Throne is powered by the sacrifices of thousands of psykers daily, which fuel its arcane energies and maintain the Emperor's tenuous grip on existence. The Emperor's mind remains active on some level, guiding the Imperium through the Astronomicon, a psychic beacon vital for interstellar navigation. However, his corporeal body is effectively immobilized, his wounds impoverishing him to the point where natural regeneration is impossible. The throne constantly channels energies to stave off death, preventing his body from completely succumbing to the injuries inflicted by Horus. This dependence on the external apparatus highlights one of the crucial reasons why the Emperor can no longer regenerate. His physical form is irreparably damaged beyond the limits of conventional perpetual healing. Instead, the Golden Throne acts as a battery sustaining a dying god, forever suspended between life and death. An essential dimension to this problem lies in the intervention of chaos itself. The forces of chaos are antithetical to perpetual life cycles. Where a perpetual thrives on the cycle of death and rebirth, chaos seeks corruption, destruction, and annihilation of that cycle's natural progression. Horus's rebellion was not just a political or military coup, but the manifestation of chaos's most substantial assault upon humanity's destiny. Through the concentrated influence of the chaos gods and their agents, the Emperor was not just physically wounded, but spiritually and metaphysically shattered. This kind of damage disrupts the very foundation of his perpetual nature. His soul and life force were rent away in a way that normal perpetual regenerative abilities could not heal. Moreover, the unending psychic onslaught and ceaseless assaults from the warp create a hostile environment that prevents restoration. The constant struggle against the destructive influence of chaos further impedes any natural healing, funneling the Emperor's remaining power into maintaining the Astronomicon and stabilizing the Imperium rather than allowing regeneration and physical restoration. While Perpetuals generally can die and regenerate, the Emperor's condition reflects a unique, singular case given his cosmic role and the nature of his wounds. The regenerative ability of Perpetuals is often a relatively stable life force and soul integrity. The Emperor's injuries are complicated by his psychic burden. His near-godlike mind channels the Astronomicon and holds the Imperial Psycho network together. One may conceptualize the Emperor's current state as akin to a form of suspended animation, or perhaps more accurately, a liminal state between life and death. His body is too damaged for natural healing, but his mind and soul are too critical to be extinguished. The Golden Throne provides a bridge to sustain this condition. Furthermore, the warp and the entities dwelling within it mean his existence is perpetually under siege. He cannot afford the time and peace necessary for natural perpetual regeneration. Each moment of survival is brought by sacrifice and psychic effort. Additionally, if the Emperor were to fully regenerate or revive, it might carry catastrophic consequences. His resurrection could disrupt the balance the Imperium currently maintains through the Golden Throne and the Astronomicon. Should the Emperor fully awaken, his psychic presence might shift the warp's delicate equilibrium, inviting renewed chaos interference or destabilizing the fragile order of the Imperium. His mind, though powerful, has been shaped and limited by his current state, and any attempt at full revival could unleash uncontrolled psychic storms or exterminate vast numbers of loyal servants who depend on his influence. In summation, the Emperor's inability to regenerate despite being a perpetual is a complex interplay of extraordinary circumstances: the catastrophic Horus wounds, corruption by chaos, the necessity of sustaining the Imperium's Astronomicon, and the limits of perpetual biology when subjected to metaphysical ruin. His existence atop the Golden Throne is a testament to sacrifice, a god-king caught in the liminal space between death and eternal vigilance. It is a deep, poignant irony that the greatest perpetual, the first and most potent of his kind, cannot regenerate and revive because his destiny is no longer private or individual. Instead, it is a perpetual sacrifice for all of humanity, a living deity whose death would mark the end of hope in the grim darkness of the far future. As Marneus Calgar, chapter master of the Ultramarines, poignantly states, "He who stands on the brink of death yet does not fall is the embodiment of eternal will." The Emperor therefore remains alive in death, dying yet eternal, a beacon flickering on the edge of oblivion for the salvation of all mankind. This profound condition encapsulates one of the grim truisms of the Warhammer 40k mythos. In a universe where war is eternal, even immortality is bound by sacrifice and the corrosive effects of cosmic malevolence. The Emperor's plight is a stark reminder that some wounds, especially those inflicted in the crucible of betrayal by chaos, transcend the boundaries of regeneration, locking the mightiest being in a perpetual state of decay and revival, teetering on the edges of dying forever. This archive has now been fully decoded. Continue your journey into the librarian with the video displayed on screen. The vast wealth of the archives continues to reveal new knowledge of the dark history of the 40k verse. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war.
There is a strange thing about the Emperor of Mankind. The more that you learn about him, the harder it becomes to decide whether he was a genius or an absolute disaster. And I don't mean that as a joke, because the Emperor was right about a lot of things. He was right that humanity was facing threats most ordinary people could not comprehend. He was right that the warp was dangerous. He was right that uncontrolled psychic development could become catastrophic. And he was right that chaos could not simply be ignored. The problem is that being right about the problem doesn't mean you're right about the solution. And when you look at what the Emperor actually tried to do, there's a pretty convincing argument that his greatest enemy wasn't Horus. It wasn't Chaos, Magnus. It was the Emperor himself. Because almost everything he wanted for humanity eventually went wrong in some spectacular way. He wanted a united human civilization. He got the Imperium. He wanted humanity freed from superstition. Humanity ended up worshipping him as a god. He wanted to guide mankind into becoming a psychic species without allowing it, the catastrophe of the Eldari. Instead, the Imperium became dependent on psykers, sacrifices, and the very warp that he had hoped to escape. He wanted to remove humanity's dependence on warp travel. The Webway project failed, and now the Golden Throne, which was supposed to be the gateway to humanity's future, is effectively the mechanism keeping him alive. And then there are his sons. The Primarchs were supposed to be the greatest weapons humanity ever created. 9 eventually turned against him. One of them nearly killed him, and the other surviving loyalists spent 10,000 years trying to hold together the wreckage of the civilization their father had built. So the question isn't really whether the Emperor's plan failed. It obviously did. The more interesting question is whether that failure was ultimately his fault. And I think the answer is probably yes, at least in part. But it's not as simple as saying the Emperor was stupid, because he wasn't. That's what makes the story work, of course. The Emperor was probably one of the most intelligent beings humanity had ever produced. He had millennia of experience. He had seen human civilizations rise and collapse. He understood the warp better than almost anyone alive during the Great Crusade. And he still got it catastrophically wrong. It's much more interesting than simply making him the incomplete, incompetent tyrant, really. Because the Emperor's plan actually made a really good amount of sense. Humanity had been through the Old Night. The Age of Strife had shattered human civilization, worlds isolated, warp storms cut off entire systems, alien species preying on human settlements. Terra itself had collapsed into barbarism and warlordism before the Emperor began the process of unifying it. The Emperor looked at all of this and came to a conclusion. Humanity could not be allowed to remain divided. So he conquered Terra, built the Great Crusade, the Space Marines conquered worlds, the Primarchs led their legions across the galaxy. Human colonies were brought back into the Imperium, sometimes peacefully, although rather more often the distinction between joining and being conquered was largely academic. The scale of it was enormous, and for a while, of course, it worked. The Imperium did expand at a ridiculous rate. Humanity was reunited with lost worlds. The Emperor's armies destroyed threats that had been preying on mankind for generations. This wasn't some mad scheme that collapsed immediately. The Emperor actually achieved an extraordinary amount. And then he made one of his most important decisions. To leave, of course. At the height of the Great Crusade, after the victory on Ulanor, the Emperor appointed Horus as War Master and returned to Terra. Horus was given responsibility for continuing the crusade, while the Emperor concentrated on a secret project within the Imperial Palace, and that project was the Webway. And this is where I think the Emperor's real plan becomes much cleaner. and much clearer. He wasn't simply trying to conquer the galaxy. The conquest was just the first part. The actual goal was much bigger. That humanity was becoming psychic, and the Emperor knew this. He understood that psychic development was going to become more and more important as humanity evolved, but he also understood the dangers. The Eldari had already demonstrated what happened when a psychic species became powerful without controlling itself. Their civilization collapsed. Their excess created Slaanesh. Their empire was destroyed, and the warp became an even more dangerous place. The Emperor did not want humanity to follow the same path. His answer was the Webway. The Imperial Webway project was intended to give humanity a way of travelling and communicating without relying so heavily on the warp. The larger plan was tied to humanity's psychic evolution, allowing mankind to develop without being as exposed to the dangers that had destroyed the Eldari. Honestly, it sounds like a great plan. If you take chaos seriously, it's probably one of the best plans available, really. Don't destroy the warp because you probably can't. Don't pretend it doesn't exist. That's obviously stupid. Instead, reduce humanity's dependence on it. Give humanity another way to move through the galaxy, control the development of Psychers, build stable civilization. And then eventually humanity can grow into what it's becoming without repeating the Eldari catastrophe. The Emperor wasn't trying to stop humanity becoming psychic, he was trying to make sure humanity survived the process. It's an important distinction, and this is where I think the Emperor deserves more credit than he sometimes gets, really. His plan was not completely insane. The problem was how he tried to achieve it, because the Emperor had an enormous flaw, of course. He believed that if he understood something better than everyone else, he had the right to make decisions for everyone else. And quite often he did. This attitude works during the Unification and the Great Crusade, even with the Primarchs for a while, but eventually you reach a point where having all the answers isn't enough. You also need people to trust you, and the Emperor was terrible at this. Horus being the obvious example. The Emperor takes his favourite son, makes him War Master, and then abandons him. From the Emperor's perspective, it makes perfect sense, of course. The Webway project is more important than the Crusade at that moment by far. Horus can handle the military side. The Emperor needs to finish the thing that will supposedly secure humanity's future. It's fine. But what does Horus actually know? He knows literally nothing. The Emperor doesn't sit down with his sons and explain the plan. He doesn't tell them why he's leaving. He doesn't explain the full nature of the warp. He doesn't tell them the Webway and what it's attempted to accomplish. He doesn't tell them what the Webway is intended to accomplish. He certainly doesn't tell them everything he knows about chaos. The Emperor keeps secrets because he believes the secrets are necessary, and that is understandable, but the secrets have consequences, and Horus starts feeling abandoned, isolated, and cut out of the loop. Other Primarchs are left wondering why their father has suddenly withdrawn. Chaos takes advantage of the uncertainty, of course, and here we are. The official history of the heresy is very clear about the importance of Ulanor and the Emperor's withdrawal to Terra. The appointment of Horus as War Master leaves the most powerful commander in the Crusade with enormous responsibility, while the Emperor returns to his secret works. This isn't the whole reason that Horus falls. Horus, of course, makes his own choices. Erebus manipulates him, the Chaos Gods deceive him. There are countless factors here, but the Emperor created the environment in which those manipulations would be very effective. He didn't betray Horus, he didn't turn Horus against him, but he made it that much easier for Horus to believe his father no longer trusted him. And Horus wasn't the only son who struggled with the Emperor's methods. Lorgar, of course, the most obvious example here. The Emperor wanted rational civilization. The imperial truth was deliberately hostile towards religion and superstition. It presented the universe as a rational and material place, denying the existence of gods and attempting to push humanity away from the beliefs that had dominated so many worlds during the Old Night. And then there was Lorgar. Lorgar didn't simply want to conquer, he wanted to believe. He worshipped the Emperor, and the Emperor hated him for it. So Lorgar was humiliated. His legion forced to kneel at Monarchia, while the Ultramarines destroyed his perfect city. The Emperor's message was simple: Stop worshipping me. The irony is honestly almost painful at this point, because Lorgar was wrong about the Emperor being a god, at least at that point, but he was right about so much. Human beings wanted religion. They wanted meaning, purpose beyond themselves, a higher being to look up to. They wanted something larger. You can't simply tell billions of people that their gods are nonsense and expect the need for belief to just disappear. It's almost intrinsic in human nature. It doesn't go anywhere. It looks for somewhere else to go though, and eventually that belief returned, in the form of the imperial cult. The Emperor became the god anyway. Actually, he became something much worse than that from the Emperor's original perspective. He became the center of the largest religion humanity had ever created. The very thing he had tried to destroy became the foundation of the Imperium after his death. And Lorgar's own Lectitio Divinitatis, written to promote worship of the Emperor, became one of the foundational texts of the imperial faith. It's one of the great jokes buried inside Warhammer, really. The Emperor spent the Great Crusade trying to eliminate religion. His greatest religious opponent helped create the religion that eventually consumed the Imperium. You couldn't really write a more appropriate outcome. And then we have Magnus, and this is probably the hardest case, really. Because Magnus really did make a catastrophic mistake, as we know. He knew sorcery was dangerous. He knew the Emperor had forbidden certain practices. He knew there were things about the warp that he did not understand. And yet when he discovered Horus's corruption, he decided he had to warn the Emperor. So Magnus used a massive psychic ritual to contact Terra. The problem was that he didn't understand what he was breaking into. His psychic journey breached the Webway project and, as we know, caused catastrophic damage to the Emperor's hidden work. The resulting breach allowed demons into the Imperial Webway, forcing the Emperor and the Custodies into a desperate war to prevent the disaster from reaching Terra itself. Magnus deserves enormous blame for this. He really does. But why didn't he know? Why didn't the Emperor explain the Webway project to the Primarch, who was arguably the most important psyker in the Imperium? Magnus was the one Primarch most likely to stumble into this problem, and he did. The Emperor had designed an entire civilization around people obeying rules they didn't understand. Eventually someone is going to break one, and when that someone happened to be Magnus, the consequences were catastrophic. And this pattern keeps appearing. The Emperor makes a decision that makes sense from his own perspective, but he keeps the information secret. He expects his sons to trust him. They don't fully understand what he's doing. Something goes wrong, and then the Emperor responds with overwhelming force. The damage gets worse. It happened with Magnus, Lorgar, Horus, basically with all of them. And by the time the heresy begins, the Emperor's original plan is falling apart. But there is an even bigger problem: the Primarchs themselves. The Emperor created 20 beings with enormous power and ultimately enormous personalities. Then he expected them to function as obedient tools. It's never going to end well. They were not machines, they were people. Terrifyingly powerful in their own ways, but still just people ultimately. They had egos, fears, ambitions, and a fear of abandonment that frankly caused all of this. They had their own ideas about what humanity could and should become. And the Emperor repeatedly treated those differences as problems to be managed rather than parts of the people that he created. That worked with some of them, and it failed spectacularly with others. Perturabo wanted recognition, Kurz wanted purpose, Angron wanted freedom from the Nails, Magnus knowledge, Lorgar faith, Horus ultimately just wanted approval of his father. The Emperor understood all these things, I'm convinced that he did, but understanding something isn't the same as caring about what these people want. And that's where I think the Emperor becomes difficult to defend, really. Because he wasn't simply unaware. He often knew his sons were unhappy. He just believed the larger plan mattered more. And maybe in a purely utilitarian sense, it did. If the Emperor genuinely believed humanity's survival depended on his decisions, then sacrificing the happiness of a few Primarchs might seem like a reasonable price. But there's a problem. Those Primarchs weren't a few people. They were leaders of enormous armies, and when they broke, their legions broke with them. The Emperor created weapons capable of conquering the galaxy, and then gave those weapons emotional wounds. Chaos didn't even have to invent those weaknesses, it just had to find them. And that's why I don't think that you can blame Chaos for everything here. Chaos is incredibly powerful, but Chaos didn't create every problem. It exploited problems that were already there. The Emperor's secrecy gave Chaos opportunity. His treatment of Lorgar, his relationship with Magnus, his treatment of Angron, his decision to place Horus in charge and then disappear, all of these decisions gave Chaos the opportunity. The Emperor was fighting gods who had been manipulating humanity for thousands of years. Of course, he was going to make mistakes, but he also made mistakes that were completely avoidable, and that is the difference. The Webway project itself is a fascinating example. It was probably the Emperor's greatest attempt to save humanity and also was incredibly fragile. The Emperor built a human connection into the Webway. Then a single Primarch, through a massive psychic act influenced by forces he didn't fully understand, destroyed the security of the project. The breach was so serious that the Emperor had to abandon almost everything else and remain on the Golden Throne to hold it shut. The irony here is brutal. The machine that was supposed to free humanity from the warp becomes the machine that imprisoned the Emperor. The Golden Throne was meant to be a gateway, instead it became his prison. The Emperor was meant to lead humanity into a new age. Instead, he spent thousands of years trapped on a chair while humanity tears itself apart around him. And it's probably the single best argument that his plan was his own fault. Not because everything that happened was predictable, because it wasn't. The heresy involved a lot of variables. Chaos was too powerful, Magnus, Horus manipulated. The galaxy itself was already an absolute nightmare, a dismal experience. But the Emperor created a system that depended on everything going right. That was his mistake. His plan required Horus to remain loyal, Magnus to obey, Lorgar to accept secularism, the Primarchs to remain psychologically stable in general, the Webway project to work, humanity to remain united, the Great Crusade to be finished, the Emperor to remain alive and to free, the Emperor to remain alive and free to guide the transition, and Chaos to fail interference. That's an awful lot of things that need to go right, with not many contingencies by the looks of it. Once you understand the scale of it, the failure becomes much less surprising, really. The Emperor was trying to beat 4 Chaos Gods at their own game, while simultaneously running a galaxy-wide empire, managing 20 Primarchs, controlling millions of soldiers, and conducting a secret project that could potentially change the future of the entire human species. It's not really a plan. It's a hostage negotiation with the universe. Eventually, someone's gonna blink. The Emperor didn't, but Horus did, and humanity paid for it. 10,000 years later, the results are almost impossible to recognize. The Imperium is still alive. That matters. The Emperor didn't completely fail. Humanity's still here. His enemies didn't destroy the species. The Imperium still spans a massive portion of the galaxy. The Chaos Gods did not win the Horus Heresy per se. So perhaps from the Emperor's perspective, this isn't a terrible version of victory. He may have looked at the galaxy after the siege and thought, fine, humanity has survived. And in a way, he's right, but what has humanity become? The Imperial Truth, the Webway Dream, the Emperor's secular empire are all gone. The Primarchs mostly gone or traitor. Technology stagnated. The Imperium is ruled by bureaucracy, religious institutions, and the High Lords. People worship the Emperor. Psykers are feared, sacrificed. The warp is now more important than ever. And the Emperor himself a corpse. I don't think this is what he would have wanted, not even close. And yet there is one final possibility that makes the whole thing even more complex. Maybe the Emperor knew that he couldn't win cleanly. Maybe he always understood that humanity would have to suffer. Maybe the Great Crusade wasn't supposed to produce a perfect civilization. Maybe it was simply supposed to get humanity into a position where it could survive the coming psychic awakening. And if that's true, then perhaps the Emperor's plans weren't completely destroyed. Perhaps the Imperium is simply the ugly halfway point. The Emperor may have lost the Webway, he may have lost his sons, his body, but humanity is still here. The Emperor himself still here fighting. The interpretation is possible, of course, but personally, I can't say that this absolves him. Because if the end goal was worth pursuing, The Emperor's methods created many of the disasters he was trying to avoid. He wanted humanity united, so he conquered it. He wanted humanity free of religion, so he imposed an ideology that treated belief as a weakness. He wanted his sons to serve humanity, so he treated them as weapons. He wanted to defeat chaos, so he hid information about chaos from the people most likely to encounter it. And he wanted humanity to become something greater, but he never really trusted humanity to make the journey itself. He wanted to be the one holding the wheel throughout the whole process of all of this. It's his fundamental flaw. The Emperor didn't simply want to save humanity. He wanted to decide what humanity would become himself. And those are not necessarily the same thing. Maybe it's why the story works so well. Because the Emperor wasn't a fool. He wasn't secretly incompetent. He wasn't some villain who had no idea what he was doing. He saw the threat. He understood the stakes. He probably understood chaos better than almost anyone who had ever lived. And he still lost. Not because he was weak, because he was too certain. He believed that he could see further than everyone else, that everyone else simply needed to follow him. He didn't need their understanding. He needed their obedience, and for a while, that worked. And then Horus looked at his father and decided he didn't trust him anymore. Magnus made a terrible decision. Lorgar looked elsewhere. Angron never forgave him. The entire thing fell apart. So was the Emperor's failure his own fault? Honestly, I think it was. Not entirely. Chaos deserves the blame for what it did. Horus, Magnus, Lorgar, they all made their own choices. You can't remove their agency just because the Emperor made his own mistakes, but the Emperor built the stage on which all of these mistakes were built. And perhaps it's the saddest part, really. He spent thousands of years trying to make sure humanity would never again be at the mercy of forces it couldn't control. And then through his own choices, he created a civilization that became almost entirely dependent on those things. And when he fell, everything fell with him. 10,000 years later, humanity is still sitting in the ruins of his great experiment. The strange thing is that it hasn't even died. It's just become something the Emperor would probably have hated. A civilization built around faith in a man who has spent his entire life insisting that gods do not exist. A galaxy-spanning empire that survives through endless war. Psychic species terrified of its own mind. And at the center of it all, the Emperor himself is still alive. Still fighting and still holding back the warp. Still in some sense trying to finish his job. Maybe that is the Emperor's real tragedy. He was right about the danger. He was wrong about the solution. And after 10,000 years, humanity is still paying the price. Speculation about what the Emperor of mankind might be becoming has always existed in the fringes of imperial thought. But in the current setting, those ideas have moved closer to the center of the narrative. This is not because the lore provides definitive answers, but because recent material increasingly invites the question. The Emperor is no longer merely a static presence on the Golden Throne. His influence is expanding in strange, uneven ways, and the shape of that influence is no longer aligning cleanly with what he was during the Great Crusade. The theories that arise from this are not idle fan conjecture. Many are rooted in ideas that have appeared, disappeared, and re-emerged across decades of canon, now given renewed relevance by the Emperor's evolving role. The most prominent and unavoidable theory is that the Emperor is becoming a god through worship, regardless of his intentions. This idea is uncomfortable precisely because it aligns so well with how the warp functions. The Emperor spent his life denying divinity, rejecting religion, and attempting to starve the warp of belief and emotion that empowered the Chaos Gods. Yet the Imperium that formed after his internment has done the exact opposite. Trillions of humans pray for him daily. Entire worlds structure their cultures around his divinity. Faith in the Emperor is not abstract, it is emotional, desperate, and often fanatical. In warp terms, that is fuel. What makes this theory so compelling is that the Emperor's warp presence demonstrably behaves differently now than it did during the Great Crusade. He manifests through miracles, living saints, and direct metaphysical intervention. His power is shaped by symbolism, ritual, and belief. These are all hallmarks of warp entities. The counter-argument, of course, is that the Emperor is not a god in the same sense as the Chaos Gods, but he did not emerge from raw emotion. He has a material origin, a human one, but the warp does not care about origins. It cares about what is reinforced. Over 10,000 years, the Emperor has become the focus of the largest sustained belief system in the galaxy. If that does not change something fundamental, it would contradict everything we know about the Immaterium. I'll be honest, this is one of those ideas that feels almost inevitable, even if the setting never confirms it outright. The tragedy isn't that the Emperor might become a god, it's that he might become one against his will, reshaped by the very superstition he tried to eradicate. If that happens, it wouldn't be a triumph. It would be a final cosmic irony. Closely related to this is the older concept of the Star Child, a theory that has drifted in and out of canon over the years but refuses to die. In its original form, the Star Child was described as a psychic fragment of the Emperor, cast into the warp at the moment of his near death, carrying his compassion, hope, and potential for rebirth. While much of the early material surrounding the Star Child is no longer foregrounded, modern depictions of the Emperor's fractured consciousness make the idea feel quite relevant. The Emperor we see now is cold, distant, and ruthlessly utilitarian. If he was ever compassionate, that aspect is difficult to find. The question naturally arises, did something get left behind? Recent lore stops well short of confirming the Star Child as an active entity, but it does support the underlying premise that the Emperor is no longer psychologically whole. His mind is divided across countless tasks, perceptions, and pressures. When Guilliman encounters him, he does not speak of a unified personality. He experiences a storm of impressions, some contradictory, some alien. It is not unreasonable within that context to imagine that certain aspects of the Emperor's psyche could exist semi-independently, particularly within the warp. Whether that takes the form of a discrete being, like the Star Child, or something more abstract, remains deliberately unresolved. And then there is of course the Dark King, a concept introduced during the Siege of Terra that fundamentally reframes how dangerous the Emperor's power actually is. The Dark King is not a being the Emperor becomes, but a being he might have become under slightly different circumstances. During the final stages of the heresy, the Emperor stands on the brink of ascension, not as a savior but as a catastrophic warp god born of domination, control, and absolute order. The Dark King represents the Emperor fully embracing godhood within the warp, but doing so in a way that would annihilate humanity rather than save it. What makes this concept so important is that it establishes godhood as a genuine temptation and a genuine risk. The Emperor does not reject the Dark King because he cannot achieve it. He rejects it because the cost is unacceptable. That choice defines his final act during the heresy and contextualizes everything that follows. The Emperor on the Golden Throne is, in a sense, the Emperor that refused to become the Dark King. But refusal does not erase possibility. It merely delays it. In the current setting with belief, suffering, and psychic pressure all magnified, the conditions that once threatened to create the Dark King are resurfacing in altered form. I find this idea deeply unsettling because it reframes the Emperor's current restraint as an ongoing act of resistance rather than a settled outcome. He is not safely past the danger of godhood. He is actively holding himself against it. Even as the Imperium pushes him closer, every miracle, every act of divine intervention, every prayer answered brings him closer to the edge he once stepped away from. There are also theories that the Emperor is becoming something entirely unprecedented, neither god nor man, but a stabilizing anomaly within the warp itself. This idea draws heavily on the concept of the Emperor as the anathema. Chaos recoils from him not because he is stronger in a conventional sense, but because his nature contradicts the warp's feedback loops.
He imposes structure where none should exist. Over time, this has turned him into a kind of psychic dead zone, an area of enforced order within a medium defined by instability. The burning of Nurgle's garden supports this interpretation. The Emperor does not corrupt or dominate Nurgle's domain. He erases it, temporarily forcing meaninglessness onto something sustained by excess and decay. If this is the case, then the Emperor's evolution is not towards godhood, but towards functionality. He becomes a corrective force, a cosmic counterweight rather than a personality. That interpretation aligns disturbingly well with how he is portrayed now, less communicative, less relational, more abstract. He does not rule, he reacts. He does not inspire, he enforces. I think there's a strong argument that the Golden Throne is not preserving the Emperor's humanity at all, but burning it away, leaving only sole purpose. Another persistent idea is that the Emperor's ultimate fate may involve apotheosis through death rather than survival. This theory holds that the Emperor cannot fully transform while bound to the Golden Throne, and that his current state is a kind of arrested transition. In this view, the throne is not just a life support system, but a limiter, preventing the Emperor from collapsing into the warp entirely. Should the throne fail, the Emperor's death could trigger a catastrophic but transformative event, birthing a new warp entity shaped by humanity's belief and sacrifice. Whether that entity would be a savior, a tyrant, or something unrecognizable is left intentionally vague. I have some mixed feelings about this theory. On one hand, it fits the setting's love of apocalyptic transformation, but on the other, it risks resolving the Emperor's story too cleanly. Warhammer thrives on stagnation, on problems that persist rather than conclude. The Emperor's eternal suffering is more thematically consistent than any form of release, I would say. There are also smaller, stranger theories as well. Some suggest the Emperor is slowly merging with Terra itself, his presence bleeding into the planet's infrastructure, institutions, and psychic geography. Others propose that the Emperor exists simultaneously across multiple timelines due to warp distortion, acting differently in each without full awareness. These ideas are less supported, but they speak to the same underlying truth. The Emperor is no longer confined to a single, stable definition. What all of these theories share is a rejection of stasis. The Emperor is changing. The setting goes out of its way to show that. What it refuses to do is tell us what that change will ultimately produce. God, weapon, anomaly, catastrophe, or something entirely new. Personally, this is where I'll allow myself one last moment of informality. I don't think the Emperor gets a clean ending. I think whatever he is becoming will get as compromised, contradictory, and burdened as everything else in the Imperium. That feels right for the setting. Not resolution, not salvation, but continuation on increasingly impossible and insurmountable odds. The Emperor was never meant to be eternal. He was meant to lead humanity through a transition and then step aside. Every theory about what he might become is really a reflection of that failure. He did not step aside because he could not. And now the galaxy has to live with the consequences of a being who refuses to die, refuses to ascend, and refuses to let go, even as the universe reshapes him into something that he never intended to be. This archive has now been fully decoded. Continue your journey with the video displayed on screen. The vast wealth of the archives continues to reveal new knowledge of the dark history of the 40k verse. In the grim dark of the far future, there is only war.
The Emperor of Mankind is probably the most intelligent human being who has ever existed. He united Terra, conquered the solar system, built the Imperium, created the Primarchs, and nearly conquered the entire galaxy. And yet, despite all of that, despite possessing intelligence so far beyond ordinary humans that he might as well have belonged to a different species entirely, he somehow made a mistake that countless ordinary fathers have made throughout history. He overlooked his children. Now, admittedly, most fathers who make this mistake don't accidentally trigger a galactic civil war involving billions of deaths. The scale here is somewhat different, the principle, however, remarkably similar. Because when people discuss the Horus Heresy, there is a tendency to focus on chaos, Erebus, the warp, ruinous powers, dark gods manipulating events from behind the scenes. And of course, all of these things did matter, all of them did contribute, but chaos did not create the cracks. Chaos simply exploited them. And many of those cracks existed before the Emperor fundamentally misunderstood the very people that he created. This is perhaps the greatest irony in all of Warhammer, really. The Emperor could understand entire civilizations. He could understand history, genetics, politics, warfare, psychology, the warp itself. Yet he often struggled to understand the 20 suns standing directly in front of him. Or perhaps, more accurately, he believed that he didn't need to. And that distinction may well have doomed everything. To understand the problem, you first have to understand how the Emperor viewed the Primarchs, because there is evidence throughout the lore that the Emperor never entirely saw them as sons in the way most people would understand the term. He created them as tools, as his generals, as living weapons designed to achieve a specific objective. Several sources describe the Primarch project as a carefully engineered attempt to create perfect commanders for the Great Crusade and humanity's future. It does sound harsh, and in fairness, I think it probably is. The situation becomes even more uncomfortable when you consider accounts where the Emperor explicitly describes the Primarchs as tools and weapons rather than children, explaining that creations naturally refer to their creator as their father. I've always found this detail quite horrifying, really, and fascinating in equal measure, because regardless of whether the Emperor truly believed it, the Primarchs clearly didn't. Horus, Lorgar, Magnus, Perturabo, Angron, all of them wanted a father. What they received instead was often something closer to a commander, a ruler, a distant authority figure at best. The Emperor seems to have assumed that because the Primarchs were engineered, they would behave rationally. The trouble is that the Primarchs were not rational at all. They were just humans in the end. Exaggerated, to be sure, demigods, to be sure, humans capable of bench pressing a tank, but still ultimately human, possessing all the flaws of humanity: pride, jealousy, insecurity, resentment, ambition, love, fear. All the things the Emperor appears to have underestimated. Sources describing the Primarchs frequently note that despite their immense gifts, their human flaws ultimately became one of the greatest threats to the Emperor's dream. And nowhere is that more obvious than with Horus, of course. Because Horus did not simply fall because chaos corrupted him. The explanation is too neat and too convenient. Horus falls because chaos finds vulnerabilities that already exist. The Emperor names him War Master, places the weight of the Imperium right onto his shoulders, and then leaves forever. Not forever, but long enough for the doubt to grow, long enough for resentment to develop, long enough for Horus to begin asking questions. Questions that never received satisfactory answers. What was the Emperor doing on Terra? Why was everything so secretive? Why was humanity suddenly being governed by bureaucrats rather than the warriors who built the Imperium? Why did it increasingly feel like the Primarchs were becoming less important? Growing tensions around the Council of Terra and the future role of the Primarchs became a significant source of dissatisfaction among several legions during the later Great Crusade. The tragedy is that many of these concerns could probably have been addressed through a simple bit of communication. Not solved, but certainly addressed. Instead, secrecy became the default response. Nowhere is this more apparent than with Magnus, of course. Magnus the Red is one of the most frustrating characters in all of fiction, really, because he is simultaneously brilliant and also catastrophically stupid. Yet for all of his flaws, Magnus was genuinely trying to understand the warp. The Emperor knew that the warp was dangerous, and he knew that chaos existed. He knew humanity's psychic future would force confrontation with these realities eventually. Yet he never fully explained the threat to his sons. I've often thought about how absurd this situation really is. Imagine knowing sharks exist, imagine knowing they are dangerous, then dropping 20 children into the ocean, bleeding, and simply telling them not to swim too far. At some point, somebody is going to ask for more information about what's going on, and Magnus was that somebody. The Emperor's answer was usually some variation of, "Trust me, bro." History suggests this was insufficient. And then Lorgar, another great example. Honestly, I think Lorgar may be the single greatest example, in fact, of the Emperor's failure to understand people fundamentally. Because Lorgar practically had his motivations written on his forehead, literally. The man was obsessed with belief, obsessed with purpose, obsessed with finding meaning in existence. You could see it from orbit. And yet the Emperor appears genuinely surprised when Lorgar reacts badly to having his entire worldview publicly destroyed. The destruction of Monarchia and the humiliation of the Word-Bearers became one of the defining moments, turning Lorgar and everyone else towards chaos. Now, was the Emperor wrong to oppose worship? Perhaps not. There are legitimate arguments in his favour, of course, but the manner in which he handled it was disastrous. Because public humiliation rarely creates an understanding, it usually just creates a resentment. The Emperor looked at the situation and saw a lesson. Lorgar experienced it as betrayal. That's the difference that changed the galaxy. Angron, another fantastic example. Honestly, this may be the Emperor's most indefensible decision. Angron was broken before the Emperor ever found him. The butcher's nails had already transformed him. The damage was immense, the suffering unimaginable. When the Emperor finally arrives, Angron is fighting alongside the only people he has ever truly cared about, his fellow slaves, his family. And the Emperor simply removes him from the battlefield, leaves everyone else behind. The Emperor later recognized the devastating effects of the nails and even investigated them, but Angron never forgave the manner of his rescue. I've always struggled with this decision, not because it lacks logic, it does have logic. Angron was valuable, the crusade important, and time limited. Strategically, the Emperor's choices make sense when you consider his wider objectives. But emotionally, this was just catastrophically bad decision-making. Angron spends the rest of his life interpreting that moment as proof that he never mattered as a person, only as a weapon. And honestly, given the evidence available to him, it's difficult to blame him at all. And then there is Perturabo, of course. Poor Perturabo. The Primarch who could build anything except a healthy relationship. What Perturabo wanted was astonishingly simple. Recognition. Not endless praise, not worship. Just recognition. Acknowledge of the sacrifices, the burdens, and the victories. Instead, Perturabo increasingly feels taken for granted. Again and again, he's given the hardest wars. He's expected to endure. Again and again, somebody else receives the glory. Was this entirely the Emperor's fault? No. Perturabo carried enough insecurities to power a small hive city. But did the Emperor help? Not particularly at all. The pattern repeats constantly. Mortarion feels misunderstood, Kurz abandoned, Fulgrim pressured, Magnus ignored, Horus isolated. The Emperor doesn't lose one son, he loses half of them. At some point, the common denominator becomes difficult to ignore. Now, to be fair, we should acknowledge something important. The Emperor was operating under extraordinary circumstances, of course. The Great Crusade was consuming the galaxy. Chaos was actively plotting against him, and the Webway project represented humanity's best hope for the future. He was managing responsibilities beyond anything a normal person could comprehend, of course. Perhaps expecting him to be an attentive father to 20 genetically engineered demigods was unrealistic. It's a reasonable argument, I guess. The problem is that reality doesn't particularly care about reasonable arguments. The Primarchs still needed guidance, still needed understanding, still needed someone capable of recognizing their flaws before those flaws became a catastrophe. And increasingly, the Emperor wasn't available. Perhaps the most tragic aspect of the entire story is that the Emperor may have realized this far too late, because despite all the evidence suggesting emotional distance, there are also moments suggesting genuine affection, moments where the mask does slip, moments where the creator briefly appears to become the father. Some accounts even note the Emperor referring to the Primarchs as his sons in ways that surprise those closest to him, which makes the whole thing even more sad. Not better, just sadder. Because it suggests the relationship might have worked under different circumstances, that the Emperor wasn't incapable of caring, simply incapable of expressing it in an effective manner. And perhaps that brings us to the central tragedy of the whole Horus Heresy, really. The Emperor's greatest weakness was not arrogance or ignorance, it was his certainty. Certainty that he understood everything, his son's humanity, certainty that his plans were too important to explain, and that everything would ultimately work out. For thousands of years, that certainty had been rewarded, but then it wasn't. The Emperor could defeat alien empires, conquer worlds, master science, challenge the gods themselves. What he could not do was recognize that even demigods sometimes need a father more than a commander. And in the end, the oversight cost him basically everything. The Imperium burned, the Primarchs shattered, the dream died. Humanity has certainly survived, but at what cost? The Master of Mankind spent the next 10,000 years trapped on the Golden Throne, watching the consequences unfold before him, not because he was weak or even foolish, but because even the greatest man who ever lived was still capable of making a very human mistake. He assumed being right was enough, but history suggests otherwise. There is a theory about the Emperor that I keep coming back to. Not because I necessarily believe it, and certainly not because it explains everything, but because the more lore that Games Workshop releases, the harder it becomes to dismiss entirely. It's a theory that completely changes how you view the Horus Heresy. It changes how you view the Primarchs, and it changes how you view the Imperium. And perhaps most importantly, it changes how you view the Emperor himself. The theory is pretty simple, really. What if the Emperor didn't fail? What if the modern Imperium, for all its horror, for all its contradiction, for all its unimaginable suffering, is actually much closer to his intended destination than we realise? Or to put it another way, what if the Emperor knew exactly what he's been doing this whole time? Now, I should probably clarify something immediately. I'm not talking about the sum version of events where every detail unfolded exactly according to his plan. Even the most enthusiastic supporters of this theory generally don't argue that the Emperor specifically intended for planetary governor number 4,783,221 to be eaten by Tyranids on a Tuesday afternoon. That would obviously be absurd. Instead, the argument is broader. The argument is that the Emperor understood the fundamental shape of the coming conflict with Chaos, understood humanity's nature far better than he ever admitted, and deliberately made decisions that would eventually create the Imperium as we see it today. An Imperium capable of surviving in a galaxy dominated by gods. It is a fascinating idea, and honestly, a pretty terrifying one in regards to the setting. Because if it is true, it forces us to re-examine almost everything. Let's start with the obvious objection. The Emperor made mistakes, lots of them. This is usually where the discussion ends. People point to Angron, Magnus, Lorgar, the Council of Nicaea, the handling of the Primarchs in general, the secrecy surrounding the warp, and the list goes on and on. The Emperor appears, at least on the surface, to be a profoundly flawed strategist when it comes to managing his own sons. In fact, one of the most common interpretations of the Horus Heresy is that it represents the consequences of the Emperor's arrogance. He believed that he could control everything. He believed that he understood everything, and eventually reality proved otherwise. It's a compelling interpretation, perhaps even the most straightforward one, but there is another way to look at it. Because the Emperor was not simply intelligent, he was operating on a level that is genuinely difficult for ordinary humans to comprehend. This is a man who had lived for tens of thousands of years, a man who could see fragments of possible futures, a man who spent centuries planning for threats that had not yet emerged, a man who was made of thousands of psykers. Again and again throughout the lore, characters encounter the Emperor and come away with a similar impression of him, that he sees further than anyone else, much further, which raises this uncomfortable possibility. What if some of the things we call mistakes weren't mistakes at all? Take the Primarchs, for example. This is one of the biggest criticisms that is always levelled against the Emperor. Why is he so distant? Why is he so secretive? Why didn't he simply explain things to them properly? They're fair questions, very valid ones in fact. And yet I've often wondered whether we're assuming the Primarch project was intended to produce a stable family. What if this was just never the objective? The Primarchs were weapons. Guilliman himself reaches a similar conclusion when reflecting on the Emperor. My father is no father, my father is a weapon. One of the most important lines in modern Warhammer, really, because it forces us to consider the possibility that the Emperor never viewed his sons the way they viewed him. The Primarchs wanted a father, but the Emperor needed tools. It's harsh, but possibly monstrous even, but it's also true. If the Primarchs were designed primarily as instruments rather than heirs, then some of the Emperor's decisions begin looking very different. Still cold and ruthless, but perhaps more intentional than accidental. And then there is the heresy itself, and this is where things about this theory become very controversial and potentially interesting, because some versions suggest the Emperor expected a rebellion. Not necessarily Horus, not necessarily the exact sequence of events we received, but a rebellion nonetheless. A civil war or a purge or something. The argument usually points to a simple reality. The Primarchs were too powerful, too ambitious, and too different. An empire built around 20 superhuman warlords was never going to remain stable forever. Conflict was inevitable, and I think the Emperor knew this. Perhaps he always knew it. I've occasionally thought about Malcador's comments throughout the heresy. There are moments where both he and the Emperor seem surprisingly unsurprised by certain developments. Not happy, not pleased, but just unsurprised. They find them unremarkable, like it was expected to happen. Almost as though some versions of these events had always existed within their calculations. Again, this doesn't prove anything, but it does make you wonder. And then there are perhaps the strongest arguments in favour of this entire theory, the current Imperium itself. Because for all the talk of Imperial decline, the Imperium is still here, 10,000 years later, against all logic and against all probability really, against enemies that should have destroyed it countless times over. The Imperium survives, and that alone is remarkable. Think about what humanity is currently facing. Chaos, Tyranids, Necrons, Orcs, Genestealer cults, civil unrest, warp storms, corruption from within, and somehow the Imperium still remains standing, relatively unscathed. Barely, I would say, bloodied and damaged, often in a ridiculous fashion, but still standing. What if survival was always the goal? Not enlightenment or prosperity, but simply brutal, cold survival. If you think about it this way, it changes everything really. Because if survival was the objective, then many aspects of the modern Imperium begin looking strangely effective. Horrific, but effective nonetheless. The Ecclesiarchy being a perfect example. The Emperor spent the Great Crusade opposing religion, or so we're told. Yet religion has become one of the strongest forces holding the Imperium together. Faith motivates soldiers, unites worlds, creates martyrs, creates saints even. Faith allows ordinary humans to stare into the horrors of the warp and keep on fighting. Was this just an accident? Perhaps. Or perhaps the Emperor eventually recognized something that Lorgar understood long before anyone else. Humanity needs belief. Not wants it, but actually needs it. The irony here, of course, is extraordinary. Because if this theory is true, then the Emperor may have publicly rejected godhood while privately understanding that humanity would eventually require it. Not immediately, not during the Great Crusade, but eventually. Perhaps the Imperial truth was merely a transitional phase, a bridge rather than a destination. I've always found this possibility fascinating, this discussion about belief systems and how they've changed, how Lorgar could have been right, how the Emperor may have been wrong, or was it just his plan? Partly because it would explain one of the greatest contradictions in the setting. The Emperor spends centuries denying divinity and then spends 10,000 years becoming increasingly godlike. If that wasn't intentional, it was astonishing coincidence. And Warhammer generally isn't built around coincidences. And then there is the Golden Throne itself, the single greatest symbol of Imperial stagnation, or perhaps the single greatest symbol of Imperial victory, depending on how you interpret it. Most people view the Emperor's interment upon the throne as a catastrophe, a defeat, or a disaster. The moment humanity lost its future. And maybe that's true. But what if the throne achieved something the Emperor could never have achieved while walking among mere mortals? What if becoming a static figure of worship made him more powerful than remaining a ruler ever could? It is a disturbing thought, but you can't deny that that is what's happening. The modern law increasingly supports the idea that the Emperor's influence is expanding. We've seen it all. Saints performing miracles, demons recoiling at the presence of the Emperor in the warp, the Chaos Gods even acknowledging him as a rival. His power reaches into the warp itself, as we saw with Nurgle's Garden in Plague War. In some respects, the Emperor appears stronger now than he was during the Great Crusade. Not physically, but within the warp, almost like a god. This distinction, of course, is absolutely vital. I've often wondered whether the Emperor sitting upon the Golden Throne resembles a cocoon more than a coffin. Not dead, but continuing to transform, become something new, something humanity has never seen before. If that's the case, then perhaps the last 10,000 years have not been a period of decline. Perhaps they've been a period of preparation. And yes, I realise how dangerous and perhaps ridiculous this all sounds, because it leads us somewhere profoundly strange and uncomfortable. If the Emperor planned for the broad shape of these events, then the suffering of the Imperium was not an unforeseen consequence. It was a cost that he was willing to pay. The death of trillions, the destruction of countless worlds, the collapse of dreams, the sacrifice of entire civilizations, all part of a strategy aimed at a much larger objective, perhaps the defeat of chaos itself. Now, like I said, do I personally believe all of this? Honestly, I'm not sure. Part of me thinks the Emperor absolutely did make mistakes. The evidence is everywhere for this. Magnus alone feels difficult to explain away. Angron, Lorgar, they all feel difficult to just explain away like this. There are too many moments where human error appears almost obvious. And perhaps that's precisely what makes the Emperor interesting. He is neither infallible nor the foolish tyrant. He's somewhere in between. A being of unimaginable intelligence attempting to solve an impossible problem. Yet another part of me keeps returning to the same question. What if we're judging him too quickly? What if we're standing halfway through the story? History is full of plans that appear disastrous until they succeed, and full of successes that later become a disaster. Perspective matters and time matters, and we know the Emperor has always operated on a time scale that ordinary people can not comprehend, let's face it. A decade means little to him, a century means little. Even a millennium may simply represent another stage in a much larger process. Which brings us to today, the modern Imperium. A religious empire worshipping a god emperor. An empire defended by living saints, an empire whose faith appears capable of influencing reality itself, an empire locked in an eternal war against the power of chaos, an empire that should have collapsed countless times and yet refuses to lie down and die. And sitting at the center of it all is the Emperor, of course, silent and watching and waiting. Perhaps he's trapped, or perhaps he is victorious. Perhaps becoming something greater than he ever intended, or perhaps exactly how he envisioned things. That's the beauty of this theory, really. It doesn't provide answers, but it does answer some questions and then create others. Was the Emperor humanity's greatest failure, or humanity's greatest strategist? Did he lose the Horus Heresy, or did he survive it exactly as he needed to? Is the Imperium the ruin of his dream, or is it evolving into its final form? We don't know, and perhaps we never will. But the more active the Emperor becomes, the more miracles appear across the galaxy, and the more the modern setting revolves around faith rather than reason, the harder it becomes to dismiss one possibility: that somewhere buried beneath 10,000 years of suffering and sacrifice, there may be a plan unfolding that humanity still cannot fully see. And if that plan is real, then the Emperor may prove to be even more frightening than any of his enemies ever imagined.